bite sticks and they break them in their mouth. Hello. Sure, we know cubs will have some milk teeth. Talking about lion cubs. They have been eating meat, these cubs. Penny, I'm very convinced that was 4 days ago when these particular two girls plus Enkrai, when they were trying to hunt the buffalo, that they missed. I'm very convinced between then and today, Penny, they must have gotten something for themselves. Because if you look at Kito and Kaleo, their bellies look fine, they're solid, you can see the ribs, they look, full, not full, but I want to believe either they could have possibly caught a warthog or a redback or something small between that time and today. It's about 3 kilometers from where that particular hunt was. And lions, unless they really need to move to look for food elsewhere, they'll choose to remain where they are if they haven't eaten.
The wilds of Africa are true inspiration. We hope this episode of Safari Catch Up has inspired you. We'll see you next time.
Live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hello, and Jambo everyone. A very warm welcome to the Masai Mara National Reserve of Kenya. It's a really warm afternoon where we are, and I am seated here with 2 lionesses, and I'm talking about Kito and Kaleo. My name is David, and on camera with me this afternoon is Wendy, and this is Mara Live. It's a warm afternoon where we are, and we are very excited to start with 2 girls of the March Pride. And as you all know, one of the girls is Kito, who got 2 cubs. I'm sure all of you know, during Mara Live, we'll always have 2 feeds, myself, and southeast of the Mara, we'll be having Dominic and Impo, and I'm sure they are also very excited to be out here for the next 1 hour as we bring you this very special show of Mara Live. It's warm. As I said, it's humid, and I got a feeling we might get some rains later today in the afternoon, or maybe early evening. If not, tonight we must get some rains. And as I said earlier, apart from myself, we'll be having Dominic southeast of the Mara. He is ready to say jumbo to all of you.
Jumbo everybody, and a very warm welcome to another evening drive of Masai Mara Live. We are live from the southeast part of the Mara. My name is Dominic, and with camera with me today, our wonderful cameraman is Mpo, and we are in a nice area, a little bit overcasted, and we are aiming to find you some elis, some elephants, and perhaps a leopard. We had kipepe around, and it's wonderful weather to be out. We'll do a little bit of birding as well. We had a wonderful sighting of a white-headed vulture this morning. I think that will continue being the highlight until I find something else of the day. And thank you so much for joining. What Umpo is showing you right in front of your camera now is a beautiful flower that turns out to be very dominant, and I have just grabbed a piece of it, and we will get a time to talk about it. And while we do that, we will send you over to David. He's found some lions.
That's very correct, Dominic. We are going to look at the lion cubs from Kaleo, who the lion cubs decided to have a little nap, and they haven't shown up. They're very close to where Kaleo is. Of the two girls they showed you there earlier, one of them, they said, was Quito, and the other was Kaleo, and the cubs are right behind Kaleo, and they're having a little snooze. Instead of waiting for them to wake up, I thought, let's find out between the Kaleo's cubs and this particular gentleman here, who is snoozy than the other. They're about, 50 meters apart, 45 meters apart between this gentleman. I'm yet to know who he is. I need his head up. But early this morning, during SafariLIVE, the morning drive, I saw Otipo, and I saw Moja Moja, Quito, Kaleo, and the two cubs. As it is now, my guess possibly, maybe, this could be Otipo. And I'm saying that just by the strength of his left ear that got the two notches, but the giveaway for Otipo is the eye. Erica, a big jumbo, and you have reminded me, Erica, today is Saturday. Believe you me, I was not remembering. I'm not sure even Dominic knows today is Saturday. Ompo or Wendy. Wendy, do you know today is Saturday? Wendy, Erica is saying it feels like a Wednesday. Once we are out here, everything is the same. We think animals, we drink animals, eat animals, sleep. Toppy boys, wake up, marsh girls. Erica, wonderful to hear your name. Yes, for today, I think we are doing very well. And I forgot also this morning, maybe to mention when we had the two girls and the two cubs and the two boys. But Erica, wonderful to hear your name, and Happy New Year, if it's not too late. I was saying earlier, I was looking at the two notches of the left ear of this particular boy, and my guess is this is Otipo. The best giveaway, as I said earlier, there are two moles on his right eye. And this morning when I saw him, because I came back here a week today, and I saw him out in the field, he was together with Okingo and the two girls. And Stephanie, don't go very far. Stephanie, stay with us. And you're talking of Kiongos and Kaleo. Well, Stephanie, you may excuse me. If I give you Kaleo, I'm sure you'll be happy. And you remember what was happening between Kiongozi, Zuri, and the other female yesterday morning. And Kiongozi could be, as a crow would fly, I would say 4 kilometers from here. And not sure whether Zuri is still mating with that female. And if that is the case, possibly, hello. Possibly Kiongozi will still be staying with Zuri. Now, I'll wait and confirm whether this is Otipo, which I think possibly he is. But in the meantime, Dominic is budding.
We have found a beautiful heron in one of the little ponds here in the southeast part of the Mara. And this is a beautiful rufous-bellied heron. The rufous might not be as prominent or as visible as it is when they are resting, or as it sounds, but when they fly, you see a little bit of dark charcoal gray on their backs, on their breasts, and you sometimes find singles or little groups or little flocks traveling together in fresh waters, ponds and lakes, reeds, and that's where they perch for them to hunt. They go for fish, frogs, tadpoles, and anything else that they can catch in the water. This is a very well distributed bird in Kenya, but mostly occupy the freshwater sources. You find them along the riverlines. That are permanent or even temporary water sources. Nicola, well done, and I'm very happy that you're having a wonderful birding or you're enjoying birding with me. That is very, very encouraging, and I hope we'll get to find you the rare ones and the migratory ones that we don't get to see very often. And please enjoy. At rest, as I said earlier, on this rufous-bellied heron, you don't get to see the rufous mostly when they are perched, but when they fly, you see this prominent chestnut rufous color on their underwings. They're usually silent in this when they're singles mostly. And while we are watching this heron here, just sitting, I'll show you a flower that I had picked up from the little fluorescence of many flowers you saw. Monica, Jumbo, I'm very much happy, and it's a great pleasure to have you here, and I hope you're having a wonderful time. This flower dominates the first times of the rainy seasons across the Masai Mara. This is called the Synium tubulosum, or because it comes in many, or it flourishes in big numbers, or just fill up the plains. People call it the tissue paper flower. It might appear to be people have thrown out all their tissue papers across the savannah. And this flower is very interesting because you see I picked it up from the roots, and it doesn't have any of the root because it's a parasite. It parasitizes on the grasses, and it uses the grass roots to tap their own minerals, so they just need to cling. And once the rain hits the floor of the Masai Mara, they have to be very quick, because when the grass overgrows, they cover them and they throw them up. So they attract bees, wasps, and they have to pollinate them very quickly, because they have to be as quick germinators, and they dispose their seeds just before the grass overgrow them. And this is purely because they cannot really develop any roots, so they have to rely on the grasses, especially the Themeda triandras, the red oat grasses that predominates the savannas of the Masai Mara and the Serengeti ecosystem. And the petals or the color of the flowers come out in different colors, in pure white like now, or sometimes in pink. What a beautiful flower this is, and it's very fascinating the way they rely on grasses. Martin, if you're wondering if many parasitic flowers, particularly this Synium tubulosum, they don't really have much negative effect, because they only tap a little bit of nutrients from the grasses before the grasses overgrow them, and they drop their seeds and wait for the rainy season to come, and their seeds will pop up again. And these flowers, they retain all the nutrients back to the soil of the Masai Mara. It's a malachite kingfisher that just flown across a pond. I don't know, Mpo, if you saw that. And the heron is also following. It's a little keen. I'll show you a beautiful malachite kingfisher. It's one of the most strikingly beautiful kingfishers. It's a little bit to the left of your frame, or now to the right, exactly to the middle. Hello, Catherine. We have a few white-headed barbets in our locality here, so hopefully we'll get to find you one. There's your malachite kingfisher. Beautiful metallic glossy blue on their crowns and a little bit of white on their ears. That's what is very prominent on them, and that's what you could use to identify, and also the rich glossy blue on their nape that is missing on the African pygmy kingfishers. And this one are pure fusivores. They go for little fish, frogs and tadpoles. Sitting perfectly there. We'll drive on, see what we can find in between us and where we think the leopard was, and while we do that, we'll send you over to David.
Malachite kingfisher, very well done. And possibly if, Dominic, you're going to catch up with Keep Pay like from this morning, you'll have done your Saturday pretty well. I mean, today being a Saturday, and you had the leopard this morning and me, the lions here, our day will end well now. I've been able to establish 150%. This is Otipo, and I've been able to look at his eye. At one point, he had his head up, and if we'll be lucky to see that again at one point, you'll be surprised how good his eye looks like. I would say his eye is maybe 95% healed. The moles are almost gone. And remember, we had two theories. We are trying to get down to the possibilities of what could have caused the two moles on his right eye, and we thought one could be something genetical. We have had some hereditary, maybe a generation behind him, because he is a son of the Bila Shaka boys, and none of the Bila Shaka boys has that situation. Peace to ya, Jambo to you, and you're wondering how the other boys are behaving. Peace to ya. I'll tell you now, Kiongozi put his feet on the ground, and they're not pushing him anymore. I would find out, Peace to ya, for you, if the time I went home, anything could have happened, and maybe I'll ask Isaac or Chris, I'll ask even Wendy here, whether you've seen anybody pushing Kiongozi around, the other boys. Wendy Pistuya, who is on camera with me, tells me she is not aware of anyone situation. Then the other person I'm going to ask will be either Isaac or Mufasa when I left them, to find out if anybody pushed Kiongozi. But Pistuya can tell you, by the time I left, he had been compromised 3 or 4 times. But as I was leaving, he was telling the boys, I agree, but you're not going to push me anymore. Pistoy, I'm sure you know, I've said it a few times, Kiongozi is an uncle to Otipo. Kiongozi is an uncle to 2 other T-boys. So they would, or they just naturally meant to respect him as much as he is 1 year younger. Yesterday, I was with Kiongozi and Zuri when Zuri was mating with that one female that I was not able to identify. And I was telling Wendy, if you see them from a distance, you cannot tell that Kiongozi is 1 year younger. He's equally big in size, and he is getting his place as, like, you know, the other boys. Just to let you know, Kaleo, one of the marsh girls, does not all their hairs. Turn around this way, boom. If you look at his face carefully, as much as we're seeing the wrong eye, if you'll be lucky to see the right eye much later on, you will notice that eye is completely healed. And I said, I was talking about the possible causes of the moles, and the other one we thought it could be caused by UV lights. Now, Dominic continues budding.
We have just went around to see how closer we can get to a kingfisher. And she's been very patient with us, or it has been very patient with us, because that is a wonderful view of the Malachite kingfisher. It cannot get any better. Look at those speckles of blue and turquoise on its crown, strikingly orange beak. And these guys are known to nest on riverbanks because they travel in little flocks, or sometimes in pairs or singles. But when it is breeding time, it's when you see them pairing. So you'll consider it as a monogamous bird. Ellie, the Malachite kingfishers are incredibly beautiful. They are not big birds. They only stand at 12 centimeters long, and they are incredibly beautiful and very, very successful hunters. They're very patient. They will just sit there, wait for movement under the water. They have incredible eyesight that they can sometimes see underwater, and they can dive in a striking speed, catch a small fish. Sometimes they even catch bigger fishes that you think they will struggle to swallow, but they kind of moderate on what sizes they go for, because they're only 12 centimeters long. Look at that sharp beak. Pistuya, you're wondering if in the Mara we have some nightjars, and we do. We have several species of nightjars that are residents and that are local, and we have some that are migratory, including the Eurasian nightjar. We have some that are intra-African migrants, and I will say one of the most striking and rare birds that I have seen is a pendant-winged nightjar that I saw back in 2011. But we have some others that are residents, like the Sompa nightjar, normally or locally used to be the dusky, and the mountains in the northeast part of the Mara. Swamp nightjars, we hear a lot of swamp nightjars around Enkewa camp every morning and in the evenings and even throughout the night. But what we have in front of us now, it's incredibly beautiful. Hello, Alice. Oh, you just jumped in and back. They nod their heads more often, and this is just for them to have a better idea of what's happening around. I mean, I'm not very certain exactly why kingfishers, because most of the kingfishers do that. They do the nodding. Sometimes I would think it's for them to announce their presence against other kingfishers, that they have this patch and they could take another one. Nodding of their heads is a way of telling others that they're around. But I'm yet to learn more of the reasons why they do that. If any of you will know more about it, please feel free to share. Let's find out from David if he might know other reasons on why kingfishers nod their head very often. Because our Malachite kingfisher took off and went to the further end of the dam. So let's see what David have.
Apparently many birds, most of the kingfishers, I guess, they'll keep bopping up their head when they're looking at a prey. And two things they'll try and find out. Number one, they need to know what prey they're looking at. Number two, what size of prey. And it also reminds me when I was in college, my lecturer used to tell me, you know, when you go for a race, you'll always been told to kneel, get set, and gun goes, take off. So the same case. So by bopping up, the kingfisher is able to know at what momentum is it going to leave where she is patched to the prey. If she may think the prey might move very, very quickly, she have to fly very fast. If say a normal prey and should be guaranteed, even when the prey sees her, she may not move. The prey may not move, then it's gonna be a low momentum. But I think it helps to calculate the velocity that is going to leave where she's patched to the prey. I roughly think that's the reason why kingfishers need to keep bopping up their heads. Once in a while we have seen other kingfishers, like the pirate kingfishers, just flying over water bodies when they see prey, but that of course not bopping. They're always trying to mesmerize their prey, to just like get their eyes fixated on them, and then in a second they just fly down and catch their prey. Now I got two of the girls. I left Otipo, and what is interesting, I found out this morning, and I've known that for quite some time, for a couple of months now, Kaleo, the mother of the two cubs here, does not like Otipo completely. I have a lot of respect for Otipo, because having a male near these cubs is a very big plus for Kaleo. But this morning I saw, and not once, I've seen Kaleo growling at Otipo. Every time he comes close to the cubs, she becomes very uncomfortable. You can see one of the cubs there popping up its head. Not sure who that is. And this morning we were saying we may need to have our own small local names here, because in general what happens when we name the lions, cheetahs, leopards around this area and many parts of Africa, we'll always have the local, all the stakeholders sitting down on a round table. And I'm talking about, say, the guides within that area in all the camps, talking about people like us, the game warden, the game rangers, and we'll always agree we're going to name that particular cat this name because of A, B, C, D.
My full name is Mpho Tikani. I grew up in Soweto. My first animal that I filmed, said dog. Okay, no, it's my first animal that I filmed, I think it was an impala. Best sighting ever, I would say it was actually this year, 2024. But it was at this Cedric when we had Muluwati and TP on a warthog kill. I think we have to cut it.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure.
And about playing, but in the meantime let's go back to southeast of the Mara. Dominic got some Ellis.
We have found yet another beautiful memory of elephants here. A few youngsters. There's one that is not able to grab the small acacia plants that are growing. These are the whistling thorn acacias, and that's exactly what they're picking on. You know, elephants at this time of the year, they are a little selective on what they go for. And there is a sprinkle of acacias just growing up across the open plains that they might have actually had spread all those seeds, and now they are back to harvesting. But it's interesting how this big mother in front with a shorter left tusk is chasing or pushing the youngsters away when they find the acacia first. That tells us how much in demand the small whistling acacia are at the moment for them. You just found one, and if they find a little difficult one to pick, they use their foreleg to kick. She's just approaching one now in front of her to the right. That small acacia has some little girls growing around it at the moment, and there we go. Just got it, grabbed it, kick with the leg. They have toes in front of their feet, sharp, so they're able to cut it. I know, Ethan. I mean, we have just a huge amount of elephants at the moment, especially on the southeast part of the Mara. And I would say we also have herds that have been residing in Serengeti. They don't like the noise of the Great Migration, so they kind of wander up north, and they wander into the Mara where we are. They don't like all the noise. They have very sensitive hearing, and they wouldn't want to have all that noise around them. It would be like being in a disco for someone like me that doesn't like going out. And that big mama there with a shorter tusk, you know, elephants, I don't know if you're able to know that elephants are able to know or to use one side of tusks, and that is by, you'll know the shorter tusk or the one that have a dent, you'll know if they're left or right-handed. We will keep an eye around this area because this is not far from where we saw a leopard this morning. She's away from the tree that she had stuck the kill, but now we'll send you over to David.
Don't be surprised. I mean, Dominic, we still got a whole half an hour before we end Mara Live. And there could be a possibility you're going to keep a pair for us. It's cooling off, and naturally once it starts cooling off, cats start also cooling off the chapati. The chapati is like a crepe. The chapati, I'm talking about them being flat like pancakes. And they get a little bit active, and you can see these two. I'm not sure if to call. I've always been wondering the relationship between Quito and Kaleo. They're very, very close. Of the Marsh girls, I mean, that is now Quito, who is grooming Kaleo, and I have a lot of respect for Quito. For, say, since I got here a week today, she has been staying very, very close to Kaleo. Kaleo moves, Quito will go with her. I would imagine between the last 1 week, they would have cut some small little stuff to eat, be it warthog or something, because I haven't seen a proper kill or hunt from these two girls until the other day when we were watching. Actually, the one close to your screen, and my apologies, is Kaleo, the other one is Quito. I haven't seen them do a proper hunt until the other day when we saw them trying to bring down a buffalo. Now, if you look carefully, in front of them, about 1.5 meters away, you're going to see one of the cubs who is looking at them, grooming each other and wondering, okay, what are you doing? Do I or will I do that one day as they get bigger? But that's one of the cubs just trying to roll and turning around. And I cannot wait for the other one to come out. Also, because if the other one comes out, they're going to start playing together. That is what I'd call a portrait shot. I was saying earlier, I do not know how Kito and Kaleo relate. Are they first cousins? Are they sisters? It's something I would really want to find out. But just to let you know, for those of you who may not have that very important info, Kito is the oldest girl from the Marsh Pride, and currently she is about 13 years of age. And if I remember very well, her mother was called Cham. Cham appeared in a number of documentaries way back, as the whole pride of the marsh has been documented by many filmmakers. I don't think there's any other pride that has been followed more than this. In actual, even doing live shows like what World Earth does. Venus, you're saying it's just so cool to see them bonding. And in general, that is very typical for most, if not all, lionesses. Lionesses will bond more than the lions, and I would try to find out either from the game warden what is the actual relation. Do they have any genetic lineage, these two girls here? Or they just found themselves in the same pride, they're first cousins, and they have been together in the Marsh Pride. But Kit, of course, being an older girl, she knows the importance or the sense of staying close to Kaleo. Kaleo has the cubs. Kito apparently should be early December, or was it end of November, when she also popped, and actually not far from where we are. This is the very famous Bila Shakalaga, as they like calling it. She had a den here, she gave birth here, and not sure what happened. Very early, she lost her cubs. Last year, but one, these marsh girls also mated with the T-boys, and 2 or 3 of them conceived, gave birth, and they lost their cubs. Another member from this particular pride is called Lola. Lola also was pregnant. She gave birth, lost them. So all of us are rooting for Kaleo, hopefully to keep her 2 cubs. We are almost 100%, farming that the 2 cubs are both boys. A bit of a debate has been going on whether it's a boy and a girl, but for me, I would want to think both of them are boys. And we are thinking, what names are we going to give them? One of the directors for World Earth, Nadine, this morning told me we are going to name one David, and the other one is going to be named Gigi. Gigi apparently is my nickname. Then Wendy reminded me, we had someone who said we'd name them Chapati and Chai. Who was that?
Chai and Chapati.
Yeah, I'm asking, who was that? Was it a viewer?
Yes, find out it was a viewer.
It was, we had a viewer this morning who said we could name one of them and call one of them Chapati and the other one Chai. Jack, you're saying it's wonderful to have us back. I've been away for about close to a month. I went home for Christmas, back for the new year, and I couldn't wait to come back. I mean, these cuts are like right there. This is my left side, that's where my heart is, and this is where I've kept these lionesses, and more so, I would say, the T-boys. I have one member of the T-boys who is still behaving like a chapati. Chapati, I was telling you, is like a pancake, and that's what I would prefer the equivalent of pancakes locally here, and chai is tea, but our tea that we do locally here, it's very different from maybe the tea that is done in the Western world. So that's Kaleo to the left. He got some mark, if you look carefully, behind her eye and the cheek. Not sure what could have happened there, but those seems to be very permanent marks, and the one licking herself is Quito. Then they haven't eaten any grass. I haven't seen them eating grass, but lions have been known once in a while to ingest grass for a number of reasons. But of course, mainly when they want to throw up. But what they're doing now, they're just grooming themselves and, grooming each other, and that's basically what they're doing. Quito has stood up. I'm not sure what she wants to do. She's giving an eye to Ochipo, and lie down there. That's a very good pose for us and for Wendy, who is on camera. Hello, senior madam. Not sure how or why she lost her cubs. I mean, it's not unusual. We have known some lionesses that will keep losing their cubs until one time, they're able to hold them and see them grow. Just as for so many reasons, lionesses will always groom each other. Number one is mainly for bonding, and you're gonna go to the cubs. Okay, we want to show you the cubs justice. They're very playful with the mother, and they will do that mainly for bonding, and that strengthens their relationship, and that keeps them together. That's very, very key for lions. But again, also they've been known to do that like elephants when they maybe face an emotional situation. If there's a takeover, for example, they get very traumatized. And when they do the grooming, when they do the bonding, that brings them together. And psychologically, I would say that comforts them. So not sure this young chap here is trying to groom herself from what she has seen the adults doing. They'll always do that, of course, after they have eaten, if they have any blood stains or any, flesh on their fur. When I left them in the morning, I didn't see them, like they had eaten, unless they went for a kill after I left. Ooh la la. Hi, mommy. You are a good mama. There's nothing as cute as seeing, cubs of any cat. I mean, from cheetahs, leopards to lions. So we have found out these two cubs. One of them is more playful than the other. I'm talking about the dark brown one, right? But today, he doesn't seem to be in the mood to play, because if you look carefully, when they're going to show you the dark one, did he just go flat? And he might want to come and join Mama and the other one playing now. He's coming slowly, going to come from the right of your screen. And maybe you want to play with the tail, or do you want to suckle? Do you want to play with your brother, assuming the two of them are boys? Ooh, Kaleo. Well done, Kaleo. We see your cubs making it, no doubt about it. She's focused to the plains of Damara and possibly looking for a potential prey from a distance. Falcon lions will depend from one individual to another, but we always want to believe the males sleep more than the females, but you get the females do sleep a lot also. With gas, of course, depending from one individual to another, 10 hours, 12 hours in a day is very normal. For the males, 15 hours, 16 hours in a day sleeping has been recorded. But falcon, most importantly, every individual will vary in terms of number of hours they will sleep. Falcon, and by so doing, they conserve a lot of energy. They don't hunt or eat every other time, so they just need to keep energy to themselves until possibly the next hunt or kill. What a beautiful mother. Good looking, very solid, big head, very bright eyes when she looks at you, to the face. And you can see the nose is quite dark. She's not young like the other members of this particular pride, like Enkerai. We saw Enkerai the other day trying to enter the buffalo when they were doing that particular hunt. And then Kito went to call Kaleo to come and give them a hand to bring down the buffalo. But apparently Kaleo came with his two cubs, and that did not look very good. The closest prey from where we are could be tortoise. Amy Laz Leopard is saying Kaleo has been a wonderful mother. Kaleo, Amy loves leopard, 3 years ago, she lost 3 cubs to buffaloes. She left them in a den and she went hunting. Not sure whether she was successful with the hunt, but by the time she came back, those herd of buffaloes that trampled on the 3 cubs, and a week later, 1 died the same day or on the spot, 2 struggled, but they died shortly after. And in between then, I would think she had 1 or 2 other litters, which she lost. Nobody knows exactly how, but for her to have kept this litter going, it's not, achievement. Very well done to Kaleo. Not sure when was their last hunt, but if you look at her when she's up, as we saw with Kito, she looks very solid.
Join me at Mabula Private Game Reserve from 6 to 11 May 2026 for a 5-night private safari for just 6 guests.
Just incredibly exciting.
Enjoy guided walks, take part in rhino conservation efforts, and explore Mabula's beautiful landscapes from open plains to rocky hills, alive with birds, animals, and vibrant plant life.
At Wild Earth, we believe every story has the power to create change. That's why we've launched the Wild Earth Impact Foundation, a non-profit dedicated to conservation and social impact. By showcasing conservation stories, we can change lives, protect nature, and empower communities. We have partnered with Empowers Africa to accept tax-deductible donations from US donors. Your donation will help fund critical programs that support our mission. Join us and be part of the change.
My full name is Emojis. Best part of my job is coming to see nature. Worst part of my job is logging. That's the worst thing ever, because you have to log amount of footage. You sit in front of that computer and you think of deleting the footage, but no, they need the footage. If I want a camel, probably a soccer player. I know some people don't believe me, but I'm very good, I'm very fast.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature live and in real time.
great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure.
Well, I'm sure Dominic is still trying to search. The last time we spoke with Dominic, I told him to get for us a caracal. Let's go back fast to the southeast of the Mara to Dominic.
We have just gotten back to where Kipepeo had stuck her kill up a tree. She's still hiding because Kipepeo is becoming a very Kipepeo. Kipepeo basically is a Kiswahili name that means butterfly. She was correctly named because she was very shy since the beginning. She could only fly away all the time, even given the fact that her mother, Kazuri, is the most bold leopard we have on the southeast part of the Mara, or on the southern region of the Mara. We call her the Queen of the South. She made a kill of a reedbuck. You see there's still a lot of meat left. She only had a little bit of the kill from the neck and from the back. All the hindquarters are still intact. And this will keep her going for the next few days, especially now that she's flying away almost all day, and she'll only rely on the darker hours of the day, which is the night, for her to maximize her kill. We'll be patiently waiting. She might come back up here before the sunset, and she might treat us for a treat. I must say that for those of you that have just joined us now, welcome on board. We are very happy to have you on this drive. Remember, these drives are interactive and real-time. You can ask your questions and send us comments. And we are in very big pleasure to answer your questions. Leopards are very successful, and they had evolved in a way that they know how to hide their kill away from scavengers and bigger predators. Hello, Rose. We are also hoping that she gets to appear again before the sunset, but she will still be around here for the next day and a half or two, and we might get to find her again tomorrow first thing in the morning. The tree she had stuck her kill up is a boskia, or a shepherd tree, used by shepherds out there to seek shade. Looks like it's only shepherds that use it. Also, leopards are actually commonly known as the leopard tree as well, for this reason. Nola, this is very tough for any sort of bird of prey, be it eagle or vulture, because how the kill is stuck under a bush or under a twig there. It's not easy for them to find balance, and that's why leopard had mastered on ways of stitching them under a canopy. And they will also know that there could be a leopard close by, and they might get involved in big danger. So they wouldn't really try. Maybe lions, because this tree is not difficult for a lioness to go up. or perhaps another leopard. Looks like Kipepeo is being very patient wherever she is hiding, and we will also be very patient, waiting for her to perhaps show up. And while we do that, we'll send you over to David with the marsh lions.
Kipepeo, you need to come out, Kipepeo. You cannot continue hiding, Kipepeo. You just need to show up for Dominic, and our cut today will have or will end with style during SafariLIVE. Now, again, as I said, as it cools off, the cubs will get a little bit busy. They'll start moving around just like the mother has been moving. Now, once we ascertain 100% these two boys, or these two cubs are boys, we need to get a name. And I'm thinking, I'm just still getting tempted to give them a name by next week latest, and not sure. Apart from the few names we have proposed, whether everybody will like those names, I'll be happy. As this youngster here is trying to strengthen his teeth, if I call him a boy, by chewing sticks. Cubs have been known to do that, as he is also enjoying the view of tourists around. Sometimes they bite sticks and they break them in their mouth. Hello. Sure, we know cubs will have some milk teeth. Talking about lion cubs. They have been eating meat, these cubs. Penny, I'm very convinced that was 4 days ago when these particular two girls plus Enkrai, when they were trying to hunt the buffalo, that they missed. I'm very convinced between then and today, Penny, they must have gotten something for themselves. Because if you look at Kito and Kaleo, their bellies look fine, they're solid, you can see the ribs, they look, full. Not full, but I want to believe either they could have possibly caught a warthog or a redback or something small between that time and today. It's about 3 kilometers from where that particular hunt was. And lions, unless they really need to move to look for food elsewhere, they'll choose to remain where they are if they haven't eaten. There's one particular boy I would want to see and find out how he is doing, and I'm talking about Okingo. All of you know about Okingo. Okingo, sometimes I call him the commander of the T-Boys. When I was away in December, the boys decided to be a little bit ambitious and expand their territories, and they went to the Mara Conservancy or the Mara Triangle. It wasn't good. Martin, these small little cubs here, I would stay here as long as it would take. I'll only request someone to bring me some chai. I think, Martin, you had me talking about chai. And once I get chai, I'll be home and dry. You'll stay with these small little cubbies here. And they'll keep you going. They'll keep entertaining you. One time they're looking at you. One time they're chewing sticks. One time they're playing with each other. And maybe one time they're looking at the savannah. I'm not sure what goes in their mind when you see them just like staring out there, thinking, what is this? How big is our territory? What happens if we get attacked? When are we going to get the next hill? I don't know what goes in their mind. So Kaleo has gone on that termite mound there. Of course, they usually get a lot of warmth from the termite mound. You can see how green the grass is. Look at that youngster there. Jambo, jambo. Ola, you're saying thank you for such a great show. And Ola, I'm sure you know, after the Mara Live will be going on into Safari Live, and we are promising you, I will not maybe leave these cabs. I'll remain here a few more minutes. Possibly, Ola, they might wake up and move around and, you know, give us more show, more play. Who knows? It's always wonderful when we get your comments, Ola. I mean, they keep us going. Stephanie, I'm sure you're still following, and we'll find out what could have happened with Izuri yesterday and Kiongozi, as we thought they're being set up by that particular female. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have to thank all of you for having been with us for the last 1 hour. And on behalf of myself, Wendy, Paul, and Dominic, a big thank you. And remember, we'll be with you again tomorrow morning on another Mara Live Drive. I'm talking about 0800 hours Central African Time or 0900 hours East African Time. On behalf of all of us, thank you for your questions and comments. Bye for now.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome to Amakala Gamers of here in the Eastern Cape. My name is Steve. Joined by the one and only Morgan on the back, and we're out and about on a windy and blustery day, but the sun is shining. Now, our plans today are to try and avoid the wind because the wind is pretty hectic. We were thinking about the bat-eared foxes, but I don't know how they're going to behave in this wind. So it is raining in the Lowveld, so Sandringham as well as Chitwa are out for the moment, but I'll be joined by the two gentlemen up north, David and Dominic, who've been out tomorrow live for the last hour already, and I'm sure they're chomping at the bit to join us this afternoon. So please, if you have questions, comments, please do feel free to send them through to us, and using all the various channels. But while we do that, let's send you over to Dom to say good afternoon.
Jumbo, Jumbo, and good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to yet another wonderful drive on Safari Drive, or what we call the Safari Live. My name is Dominic, and with camera today with me is Umpo. And we are live from the southeast part of the Masai Mara. We are aiming to wait for a beautiful leopard that had stuck her kill up a tree here. And she is called Kipepeo. She's been a little bit shy this evening or this afternoon, but we will also want to find some spots. If Kipepeo hides away, we'll find some giraffes. If the giraffes hides away, we'll find some hyenas, and we will have some spots on your screen. Also, we are not far from where we left the Coca Boy, so this is a new coalition in the southern part of the Masai Mara. We'll also keep an eye out for them. We will be joined by David on the northwest part of the Masai Mara, and we will send you over to David to say hello and good afternoon.
Hello, and Jumbo, everybody. A very warm welcome to the northwest of the Masai Mara National Reserve. My name is David, and on camera with me this afternoon is Wendy. It's a very cool afternoon where I am. Earlier when we started the drive, it was a bit warm. The temperatures have gone down, and I am full of joy to have started the drive with the Marsh Girls, where I got Kito, Kaleo, and 2 cubs. What a start. If I'll have any plans, is to remain with these particular Marsh Girls here and the cubs. Otipo, one of the T boys, is not very far from here. At one point, we'll be swinging by to look for him. And ladies and gentlemen, remember, we are live, interactive, we love questions, and we love comments. I'm very close to an area I call the Bilashakalaga, and Bilashaka has been one big territory that these lionesses love. It's like their nest. They'll always operate between here and the marsh area. Thomas, a big Jumbo, and Thomas, wonderful to hear your name. I am back, Thomas, and I think I am back with bang to see these cubs that have really grown big. And Thomas, you can see how playful they are getting. So Thomas, just to let you know what we're trying to do now the next couple of days is to name these cubs. I'll be asking Tadiwa, maybe we'll ask the viewers what we think. We're going to float a few names to all of you in the next couple of days, and maybe do a small, a poll, I would call it, and find out which name will get the biggest percentage, and we are going to give these 2 cubs the names. Tadiwa is very happy with that idea. Tadiwa is the director of the drive today, and she is happy. And some of the names we have been thinking of are chapati and chai. Chapati is like pancake that we do locally here. Chai is tea, but our tea is very different from how maybe it's made in the Western world. One other possibility was to name one of the cubs David and the other one Gigi. And Wendy, what do you think? Wendy, she's saying, I'm going to tell you later what names we may give these 2 cubs. About 3 months old, and I am very happy with Kaleo for what she has done so far. They'll continue playing here, and I'm not going anywhere. I'll spend a few more minutes here. Let's find out. Steve got some pigs.
Well, welcome back, and thanks, Gigi. Look at this little cheese griller. Okay, so everybody, we've got a few warthogs. Oh, they were all here. A few adult warthogs with some tiny little babies, and then females were chasing away other warthogs which were smaller than them. So I'm assuming it was. You see, that one was chased away. I'm assuming it's last year's flock trying to hang out with mum, or maybe getting too close to the baby, and she's saying, go away with you. We saw 2 different females chase away 2 individuals. And now, unfortunately, they're gone. The wind is making things a bit challenging for them. About 450 to 900 grams at birth, a little baby warthog. Obviously, the burrows in the ground created by the likes of aardvark. We have lots of warthog on Amakala and lots of warthog in the Eastern Cape. Kim, we all love seeing a baby warthog. Typically 2 to 3, but they can have anywhere up to 8 babies, and they stay with the mother nursing for 4 to 5 months. Weaned at 4 to 5 months. Okay, well, that was almost very exciting. I wonder if we were able to. Did we get that on camera, Morgs, the chasing? Kind of happened quite quickly. If we didn't get it, I don't think so. this wind. Sunglasses are necessary for the dust. That popped out for a second. Did you hear that? Okay, well, David is loving life with the Marsh Pride this afternoon. Let's send you back over to him.
Well, Steve, maybe, hopefully, once the wind settles down, you're going to find. I'm not sure you had bat-eared foxes this morning, but where we are in the Mara, Steve, we have 0 nauticals of wind. It's very calm, and we got one very calm cub who is suckling. And I've said many times, there's nothing as peaceful as to see any baby out in the wilderness when she is suckling. For those of you who could be joining us now, this is one member of the Marsh Pride. Her name is Kaleo. We don't have a name as yet for her cub. She got 2 cubs. That one suckling, and another one who is thinking she needs to get her teeth out of her mouth by trying to break sticks. And I would not know. In general, you get, in a litter, you'll get 2 or 3 cubs in a particular litter are suckling together. And this is what these cubs have been doing of Kaleo. And I'm sure Wendy is going to show you the other cub who is trying to get all her teeth out of her mouth. Instead of suckling, she is doing something very different. I would say he is doing something very different. I'm saying that because I think both of these cubs are males. Look at him. Very good camera work, Wendy. In general, that will always help to, firm their teeth, and as they get into that age, or they've already got into that age of eating meat, so they'll try to chew anything else before maybe the next kill, when they get more meat, once these lionesses bring prey down, or the T-boys. And RE, you're saying you're feeling happy to see these cubs. RE, many thanks for that great comment. And who would not want to see these cubs either playing with that stick? Sometimes we think their gums get a bit itchy, and that's exactly what they would be doing, because there's no any other way to deal with the itchiness as they are trying to go through a teething issue. And the other one's like, no, chew, what are you chewing there? I would highly doubt whatever he chews, he's going to swallow. Just chewing for fun, and definitely swallow nothing. These are carnivores, but whatever small little bits of stick that will remain in the mouth, whatever remains in the mouth, I'm sure he might be tempted to eat it. Tulami, in general, anything from 10 weeks, I'm talking about 2.5 months to 12 weeks. That's a very good age for lion cubs to start eating meat. Of course, that may vary from one particular cub to another, depending on their exact age and body weight, but in general, 2.5 months to 3 months, many cubs will start chewing small little bits of meat. And you will notice the mothers will always introduce them to kills. And I saw these cubs maybe shortly before I went home, end of November, when Kaleo introduced them to a buffalo kill. And it was very exciting to see them putting pieces of meat in their mouth and then spitting it. They couldn't understand what that was, being so solid, having been used only to liquid food. Of the 2 cubs, the one that you see there is the most playful one, and even on his own, when he's not playing with the other brother, he'll always be full of energy. Now I'll take you back to southeast of the Mara because Dominic got some ostriches for you.
We had promised to find some spots, but you know, the ostriches stand tall on the tall grass of the Masai Mara, and here we have found a busy herd of ostriches. It's not a collective noun really for ostriches that I know, unless if anyone might tell us what else you can call them apart from a herd or a flock. And this is at least 2 males, or 3 males, and 2 females. The striking black and white on the tip of the wings is the male, and the uniformly gray one is the female. And in non-breeding seasons like now, you'll find little groupings of ostriches traveling together. But once it's breeding season, males establish territories, and they will keep off other males, and they'll be displaying by waving their wings and dancing to attract as many females as they can into their space. And sometimes males will take on each other if they do not settle their disputes by dancing, then they could take on a fight. An ostrich fight is one that is very fierce and very furious. It can turn out into bloody, because they're heavy, they have strong feet, and they have a sharp toe or the tip of every other toe that it's on their feet, and they can tear each other apart. But also what they're doing here, they can be able to dust bath on the floor. They're picking little stone particles to help them on their digestion, and they're picking some sort of grasses and shrubs, in particularly one spot. 3 heads together. Vivian, in non-breeding times like now, it's when you see them in groups like now. But in breeding seasons, 1 male, but in general they have to end up being in groups. It's just that the number of males in one group that will be different or will matter at times, because there will be 1 male with several females. All those females that he will mate with, they will all lay eggs in one spot. 1 female will be established as the major hen, and all the other minors will only come up and drop their eggs and move. And you can still see a little bit of pink on the naked parts of the males because they have just come off the breeding season. Remember this morning, if you were watching, we showed you 3 little chicks and 1 male, and that male that was with those chicks, he was not as pink as these guys because he was off the breeding testosterone, and he wasn't in a mood for a long time because he was only focused on incubating the eggs at night. Ostriches Jesse, they ant sometimes. All birds do, because that's a way of them reducing the excess pruning oil on their feathers. And they also do anting, dust bathing, sunning, and also bathing in the water. Anting is one of the most fascinating behavior you will ever get to see in birds. It's prominent in most of other smaller birds than ostriches, but they do that as well. But in general, that's a wonderful view right there, and a great job by Umpo on camera. The temperatures are dropping, so herds of ostriches come together like this. Bali, you're wondering if ostriches have been considered as vulnerable as a species. It depends on where you are. That you will find in some places they are less. You'll find in other places they're numerous, depending on the pressure and the predation around them. In most of the places like the Serengeti Mara ecosystem, whereby the hyenas are thriving, lions are thriving, the ostrich population is not as high as it is in other places. We will keep an eye on our spots, as promised earlier, or anything else that can pop up will be welcomed, especially that we cannot control much. We'll send you over to Steve, see what he has found for us.
Thanks, Dom. I'll come back to Amakala and Gemsbok, chilling out in the open area. His back to the wind, his face to the sunshine. Doesn't appear to be chewing. The Gemsbok is a ruminant. We were talking about the different digestive systems yesterday, and Gemsbok is one of the many that have the complex system of the four-chambered stomach. Normally when any ruminant is sitting down like this, they're chewing, the body's resting, the mind is zenning out, because the process of rumination doesn't require any thought process. It's an automatic process that takes place. Food moving from the gut up into the mouth, regurgitated, rechewed, masticated, macerated, chopped up finely, covered in saliva, and then swallowed again, so as to access maximum nutrients out of the plant material. When I was last year, there was a little family of Gemsbok with a couple of little youngsters. They were very nice to see. Well, Aisha, they occur naturally in the desert, and they would have ranged through these areas at some point. So they're definitely, they're adapted to the very harsh conditions. But just because an animal's adapted to the harsh conditions doesn't mean that that's only where they occur. But they do occur in Zimbabwe as well. But a lot of them in Kalahari and the Namib deserts. So superbly adapted to surviving in those areas. Semi-arid bushland. They were even in Angola at one point, but they don't occur there anymore. Gillian, you love the markings. Yeah, they are beautiful animals. Now, a very interesting fact is several thousand Gemsbok were introduced at the Chihuahua Desert in South New Mexico, a place called White Sands Missile Range, where apparently they are being quite problematic to the local ecosystem there. How did someone come across several thousand Gemsbok? Just get a few thousand and just drop them in the desert? Chihuahuan Desert. I hope I'm saying that right. White Sands Missile Range. I wonder if any of you folks from that part of the world have heard of them. Gemsbok, obviously not native to America. quite tight family groups of anywhere from 10 to 40 individuals, with a dominant male and a few non-dominant males and females. Because of their desert dwelling adaptations, they do not depend on drinking water. But because of their adaptation to those desert conditions, they are regarded as a species that is crepuscular. And we all know crepuscular, active at dusk and dawn when the temperatures aren't as harsh. They are a grazer, but they can browse as well in the dry season when the grass is sparse. They can even dig roots and tubers out of the ground. This is how they supplement their water intake. They also eat salmon melons, wild cucumbers. Can provide quite a lot of water. So in 1969, the New Mexico State Department of Game and Fish decided to introduce gemsbok into the Tularosa Basin, New Mexico, United States. 93 were released from 69 to 77, with the current population estimated to be around 3,000 individuals. Gradually expanding their range from Tularosa Basin towards the northwest. An unknown number of animals are also now established in the San Andreas National Park and a number of other areas up there, which is interesting, but they are invasive apparently. Okay, well, gemsbok, what a splendid animal. Let's go check in with the marsh pride once again.
Right, I've stuck here, and apparently the one particular cub that was playing with the stick has joined the other one to suckle, and it kind of jumped off the teat from the mother. I'm not sure for what reason, and I saw him like he was lying on his back suckling, whereas the other one is just, suckling in the right position. I mean, there's a bit of grass there. I'm not seeing very well from where I am, but it is very interesting that these cubs will once in a while behave in certain ways as they continue suckling.
See you out on safari.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature live and in real time.
great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure.
Can you hear that? The wild is calling.
Apparently, I told Wendy, most likely, Kaleo watched the cubs tune us, and it took like 10 seconds, and one of them was suckling. So they would suckle any time of the day, day or night, depending on when they're hungry or depending on what the mother thinks. And really also, once in a while, we have seen cubs going to the mother to suckle, and the mother will push them out. She's not in the mood, or she thinks she's hungry, or she's an attitude, or she's moody. I mean, she'll be like, we are not going to suckle now. But also, we have seen lionesses encouraging the cubs to suckle. Possibly if she feels she got enough milk, she has eaten well, and she thinks she needs to feed the cubs. We have, seen lionesses going close to the cubs like, come on guys, it is lunchtime, come and feed. She may be sleeping, but I would say when lions are suckling, they're very light sleepers. Any slight movement, any slight, I would say, concern from the cubs, she's going to very quickly she'll very quickly rise up and check what could be happening. I've always seen when human beings, like in my village where I come from, when the mothers are suckling their young ones, will be singing for them or trying to tap them on the back. But I think for, lionesses, for animals like suckle, you need to, if not, you are on your own. To the left of your screen, that's Quito. Quito is a member also of the Marsh Bride. Not sure where the other 4 girls are. In total, the Marsh Bride consists of 6 girls. And the last I saw was Nusurika, who was hunting. Not sure where Lola is. Enkrai. But I would imagine they're just about. Gianna, you're saying these cubs are just too cute. I mean, I've been here for over an hour. I do not think I'm going anywhere. I want to stay here as long as it takes, because what will happen after some time, after a lot of suckling, what will happen is they may wake up and start playing. It has cooled off, and I think everything is just right now for them to be out and about playing. Very close to the mother. You can see that one there, still rolling. And definitely she is not, or he's not suckling. He's having a nap, mouth up. I'm not sure it's a very good angle for him, just having finished to suckle. And he is asleep, facing up. I mean, we've seen lions doing that, but for me, I think he has started very early to behave like an adult. Both females and males will sleep or lie on their backs, but I've always noticed males doing that more than the females. Pistria, I'm having a glass of juice, and it's so peaceful where we are, myself and Wendy on camera. And Pistria, always wonderful to hear your name. If I was in the camp, what Pistria I would be doing now, I would be having a glass of Mama's drink. Pistria, I'm sure you remember my very favorite Mama's drink. It was first brewed here in the Masai Mara, then to North Carolina, then back here. And it makes me feel I need to celebrate when I see such special moments like this one. You look at Kaleo there, flat asleep, maybe half cousin, Kito to the left, also flat asleep. Once in a while they're going to flick their ears because of the flies, but they're saying life is good. Otipo, not very far from where they are. That serves as a very good security. As much as I was saying earlier, I didn't like how Kaleo was treating Otipo this morning. And what will happen when Otipo is around, or when anyone male is around, that helps to keep, I would say, the lions pretty safe. And as much as Kaleo doesn't like Otipo, it's always good to have a male around. I cannot wait until we get these cubs finished, suckling and out to play. Candy is a big jumbo from all of us here, and you're wondering what I talk about when I'm talking about Mama's Drink. But Mama's Drink is, well, a local drink that is made of Contral, and it has a bit of brandy in it, and it's got 2 parts cranberry juice. So it's one drink that we love taking here, and we do it when we celebrate, when we have great moments, especially when we are out here on a safari. The day you make your way to Africa, we do a safari, we'll definitely give it to you. So again, just to let you know, Mama's Drink is made of 2 parts vodka, 1 part Contral, and 1 part cranberry juice. That is my favorite Mama's Drink. Again, 2 parts vodka, 1 part Contral, and 1 part cranberry juice. So, when one day you make your way to the Masai Mara of Kenya, we'll make sure you get a glass of the same. But we'll always do that after dinner, not before dinner, not when you're on safari, but in general after we finish the safari. I owe Wendy 2 glasses of Mama's Drink, but in the meantime, as I'm planning how to get them to Wendy tonight, let's go to Steve, who got some harvest with him.
There we have it, hartebeest, very different from the gemsbok. And the evolution of animal horns, they work very specifically for the species. Horns obviously serve as a defense mechanism for females looking after their youngsters, but you don't generally, most of our antelope, not all of them, but most of them don't normally defend themselves against predators. The horns are there for defending their babies. So the males, the structure, the thickness, the shape of the horn is perfectly designed for fighting with another male. Just like if you think about different sword classes, fencing versus different types of samurai or whatever, the different sword comes with a different ability. And normally you should be fighting a samurai if you have a samurai sword, and fencing you should be fighting someone with a fencing sword. Otherwise things might go quite wrong. I don't fight a samurai with a fencing sword, I wouldn't do that. So the horns have evolved over a long time, and the way that they are shaped, the design, the thickness, the ridges along them generally are designed to lock and prevent the animal from pushing through So the horns themselves come through and they lock each other, and then the body is being used. They're physically moving each other with the body, and then it's a lot of technique, and the strength is generally what shows over, and an individual who feels that they're not as strong as the other loses and turns and runs, after which point, yes, a horn might be used to pierce the other individual as it leaves, which you see quite often in impala. But just like impala, those horns are designed to lock in place. Is the wildebeest, do hartebeest have herd structures like impala? They've got similar structures. They don't get we don't see them here in the same size groups, but they used to be in huge groups of 10,000 individuals, but they can form groups of 20 to 300. But when they migrated, they were in massive groups. And a very similar structure where you have a dominant male, and on the outskirts you have bachelor herds of males, and then you have a herd which is basically the females with their babies. The only unique thing that you find with hartebeest, and it's a very interesting one, is that the young males are tolerated. The female hartebeest go through something known as continuous breeding. So very shortly after giving birth, they go through another breeding cycle, and so the breeding just keeps happening. And so what happens is, if they've got young males that are following them, the female is obviously quite tolerant of the young male, and if any male who's trying to dominate or breed with her while she's got a young male following her is aggressive or antagonistic with the young male, then she's probably going to move away from him. So it's led to male hartebeest being very tolerant of young males. Very tolerant, where in many other species you see males being quite aggressive towards young males and pushing them away. So young male hartebeest stay with their moms for a lot longer than most other antelope species will. Both maturing sexually at about 2 years of age, with a gestation period of between 8 and 9 months. Oh, well, Dominic has found some spots. I'm wondering if any of you can guess which spots they are.
And look what type of spots we have found. Not the giraffes, obviously. And Kipepeo had evaded us almost all day today. But this is someone familiar. You probably have seen him yesterday. And for you that are meeting this young male here for the first time, everybody, please meet Noma. Noma is a son of Nima, and they are related to Nasieku, the cheetah that we have been showing you very often on our side, because they are cousins. Nasieku's mother, Nashepai, and Noma's mother, Nima, are siblings born at the same day. And what a beautiful scenery, and what a beautiful cat this is. Noma is only 5 years old, and he is incredibly handsome. Kelsey, enjoy! This is exactly what we needed. The cheetah spots are uniquely arranged on every individual cheetah, just similar to the zebra's stripes on our fingerprints. The black behind the ears is a follow me sign, because these animals inhabits the grasslands that could be tall grasses, and the youngsters will need to see something to follow their mother. So black behind the ears and the black towards the end of the tail, and a very striking white tip of the tail It's also a follow me sign. You can see a little bit when Noma is flicking his tail. He is uncomfortable around this area, perhaps because he is looking to hunt, or he knows that he is in lion's territory, leopard's territory, because we are in a little bit of woodland, and he doesn't want to be surprised. Moeti, you're asking if cheetahs are faster than warthogs? Cheetahs is the fastest land mammal. They can sprint up to a burst of 110 kilometers per hour. But they don't go for warthogs very often. But still they have to be alert for any other predator around this area. Umpo is going to just open up his camera and you'll be able to see the kind of terrain he is, because it's wooden, surrounded, so it could be a lion sleeping somewhere, or it could be a leopard somewhere, and he doesn't want to be surprised. It's true that they are the fastest, but still, when they are cornered or surprised, they will lose against a leopard or a lion. What a scenery that is. And at times like this, when the grass is growing tall, they will like to go on a vantage view like he is now. And that's where you look for when you're looking for cheetahs, or any of the cats that used higher grounds to spot for their prey or to scan around their territory. Male cheetahs are known to be territorial, and Noma have somehow kind of settled on the southern part of the Mara. He has a big territory because we have very less male cheetahs in the Mara, and the territories will end up being up to about 50 square kilometers or even more. But female cheetahs, like Nasieku, Nempiri is her sister, or their mother Nasieku, or their mother Nashepai, rather, are not territorial at all. They move within a very big range. The males demarcate their territories, and by spraying urine that contains some scent. Look at the beauty on that young cheetah there. And with that, the females will be able to sniff around. Well, Nona, you're asking if Noma is the father to Nasieku's cubs, because we all think that Nasieku is pregnant and we are expecting her to give us some cubs soon. I wouldn't say he is, because he only got here. We started to see Noma around this area only like about a month now, and we think Nasieku is over 2 months pregnant. And the way that the females will know if the male is around is by sniffing on constantly marked spots by males on the trees, the mounds, and from there they will know that there is a male around a certain area. A little bit of a stretch there. See how long the tail is? That's what balances them when they are on top speed. And Noma seems to be in a little bit of a hurry, because this is not a habitat or a type of area that he will prefer to be. He needs to hurry up and get into the open areas. You can also see how tall the grass is. If he walks another few meters away from us, he will vanish. And he is in a little bit of a hurry. We will keep up with him, obviously, and see if he is going to give us some show. For those of you that are joining us now, we are very happy to have you on this SafariLIVE drive. It's been wonderful so far. Kipepeo have been feeding us. You can still see Noma straight, and he's gone over the hill. You might see him again just there, coming behind the bushes. We will keep a good distance away from him in case he is hunting, and you might be in treat for an action on this Kata day. Erica, you spell Noma by N-O-M-A. It's a slang word of Swahili that means strong or fierce. And someone, or when he was being named, his mother is Nema, and it's easier for people to remember, to call them, to have names that spells almost the same. He is back towards the same area, so he's not sure on what to do exactly, because he just quickly turned around before crossing the main road that's on our right, and he's somehow kind of walking around as if he has spotted a prey, and he is walking around or running around to see if he can go on the other side of a prey that he has spotted, because cheetahs, if they see a predator that they will be scared of, they will turn around. They will turn around and run as far as they can. He is right in the middle of the bushes there. You can see that the Mara is overcasted with beautiful clouds. He's making the wide skies of the Mara sparkling beautiful. Look how easily you can lose a cheetah in the tall grasses. Because of their color and the spots, makes him blend in very well. It's even more difficult for most of the animals because they don't see in colors like we do. Most of the animals are colorblind, but also cheetahs are colorblind, but they have incredibly sharp eyesight, and they're able to see as far as kilometers in front of them. He is going behind bushes there. We will keep a closer look of the direction that he's heading. See if he is up to something. But while we do that, we will send you over to David with some of the marsh lions.
Well, Dominic, this morning a leopard, this afternoon a cheetah, and I think also this morning you had lions. Saturday is done. Very well done, Dominic. I hope you're also going to say well done to me with two of the marsh gulls that have taken a very interesting posture, one lying on top of the other. You might think it's one long lioness, but apparently those are two of the marsh gulls, Quito and Kaleo. And Kaleo is the one at the very back, and she's still got her two cubbies still suckling. Now, I'll spend maybe a few moments here again, as I said, but I would want to tell you officially I've used my far lookers and I have confirmed beyond any reasonable doubt that these two cubs are males. I am not going to discuss this again. I'm telling Wendy we are done with boy, girl, boy. No, that is going to stop today because I got very good binoculars and I have watched these cubs as one of them, like the one you see lying on his back facing up, and I've been able to see the testicles. And the other one I saw as he was diving up and down, and I also saw the testicles, and these two cubs are boys. The next now assignment is to get two nice names for them. In the meantime, we know the lions here have been eating or hunting buffaloes a lot, and Steve got some.
Oh, Gigi, you're so right, buffalo and lion. And we've found again, everybody, the one lone buffalo cow with her calf. She's been hanging out the same area. We're not far from a lovely waterhole, the same waterhole we saw her come and drink the day before yesterday, I think it was. And when we got here, she was staring with her head held high and looking down her nose. There was a hartebeest moving down the hill there, and she saw some movement. And because she is alone with her calf, she needs to be extra vigilant because, well, leopard, cheetah, as well as lion would quite readily take a buffalo calf. I don't know about Cape leopard here, how successful they would be, but definitely up in the north. And the Addo leopards, the bigger leopards, very successful for buffalo youngsters if they can isolate them. The challenge is the isolation. Well, good news. The youngster is onto some solids. We were talking earlier with the gemsbok and how when animals sit down to rest and rejuvenate their body, they ruminate. That chewing of the cud is happening right now with that youngster. So it's not only drinking mum's milk, it's also feeding. Chelsea, well, actually is a chocolate Labrador. We were just pretending that it's a buffalo. I'm only joking. You're right. It does look like a chocolate Labrador. And that is what we find with our open plains animals. When we find our male and female antelope both have horns, you often find that the youngster is very different in color to the adults. The adults change color as they get older. Being a darker animal is a little bit more beneficial with regards to being tougher in the African heat. But when they're younger, the lighter colors can help them to blend in. We see it with the hartebeest, and they blend in. They almost disappear, the little babies. And the little black wildebeest as well. They are almost invisible on the landscape here.
Even a hyena coming into the action as well now. Oh my word! She's stalking the hyena now. Leopard, hyena, lion, all together in one shot. Oh. This is action-packed.
Full name is Maxine Gaines. Most people that know me really well call me Max. I'm a mum. I have two boys. One is 16 years old and one is 14 years old. I'm a very, very proud mama of my two boys. I've just always been passionate about leopards. I'm passionate about their conservation. I'm just passionate about everything to do with leopards. I love them.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature, live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure.
Out here, every wild moment counts, and as a Wild Earth explorer, you will not miss out. Watch the Wild Earth channel ad-free 24/7, and you can even rewind if you have missed out on something. Enjoy the behind-the-scenes video clips as well as fireside chats, or get the early offers on our travel experiences. It's the best way to stay connected and be part of the Wild Earth family.
He's not walking into the proximity, but it's a big male waterbuck, and I wouldn't think Norma will tackle a full-grown male waterbuck. He's keeping an eye on him, thinking about it, maybe not. I agree with you, Tinky, that Norma is indeed Norma and very, very handsome. He's at his prime, he's only 5 years of age, and he is incredibly handsome at the moment. And hear some elephants trumpeting from a distance. So Norma was in a litter of 2 other sisters of his, Nariku and Nagol. And both of them were, or all of them were born in 2020. So he's just about to turn 6 years old. He's been very successful for a cheetah, especially a male, to survive that long in the Mara with the pressure of all the other bigger predators and other rival cheetah males. He must be doing very well. His mother, Nima, was born together with Nashipai, the mother of Nasieku that most of you met. And another male that was not named. He's trying to have a better view of what's happening on the other side of the bushes. The big male waterbuck is about to come into the frame. Kambani, you're asking if I have seen cheetahs mating like lions, and I will say yes, I have. I've seen cheetah matings, not as common as it is with lions or even leopards, but I've been lucky to have seen at least 3 or 4 more times. The waterbuck went straight back. And Norma obviously is not keen on him. It's a beautiful male waterbuck at his full grown. He perhaps knows that the cheetah is here, and he knows that it's not a threat to him. He's not even bothered to look at him. So everybody is just thinking that they don't care much about each other. It's a black winged kite just flown across the frame there. Maybe Norma have a better view of the waterbuck now, and maybe he'll give us a second thought about it, but no. It'll be too big to tackle, and he just realized that. Not only that he's big to tackle, but also he's armed with very sharp long horns, and they don't want to inflict any injuries if they want to thrive in passing on their genes. Because what it will mean to be injured, it will mean that you will not be successful in hunting. It will mean that you will be weak, and you will not be able to patrol as much of your territory as you're supposed to. Oli! Yes, I've been telling Umpo he's doing great, and thank you for helping me out here. Well done, Umpo.
Thank you. Asante.
He said Asante is learning his Swahili a little bit. He knows a few of his Swahili words, including chapati.
Chapati, yeah?
Look how strikingly pale Norma is. Some of the cheetahs, especially males that I have seen, they are not as light colored as Norma. But I must say also Nema, the mother, is as light as he is. This could be, by the way, the descendant of the famous coalition of 5 males that used to be known as the Tano Bora, because they were already ruling the Mara at the times that Noma was born. It's beautiful scenery there. We will reposition because Noma is on the move again, and while we do that, we will send you over to Steve, see what antelope he has for us.
Just moving out of the way there on the car. Are you good there? Sorry, let me just level. Happy days? Wonder if you can guess, everybody. Quickly say out loud to everybody in the room with you, what antelope are we going to show you now? 3, 2, 1. Let me know if you got it right. It is the eland. Hello, eland. Now, I was just thinking, out of all the antelope I talk about, and that sort of concepts I've come up with about the young animals, male and female having horns, the younks are looking very different. When that is the case, it's not the case with the eland. But then again, they are the only Tragelaphus species that has female have horns. Tragelaphus meaning the genus of kudu, bushbuck, nyala. Eland obviously being the biggest of them. They both have horns, male and female. It's just because the eland has got a different habitat, evolved. They definitely are grazers as well as browsers, so their habitat has evolved in a more open environment where they can protect their babies, but there's probably still remnants of the bush camouflage that you find with the nyala and the kudu, whose babies look like little mini-me's of the adults. Obviously the male baby nyalas look like young females or look like mini females. But there you can see once again the horns, and there's no big male here, but their horns are very different from the buffalo, from the hartebeest and the gemsbok. No, the females do not fight. They use them for defending their babies. They will turn and chase a predator away, although I haven't seen that. Females' horns are generally a little bit longer, and you'd be surprised as to why that is, and it's because the males clash with their horns and fight with their horns and scratch their horns against trees, so they actually, like a pencil, sharpen them down until they're not as long and narrow. That's also busy ruminating. And I've encountered 2 eland bulls fighting. I heard them fighting while I was on foot, and it was the most remarkable sound. 2 Goliaths of the African landscape. And let's quickly send you over to Dominic and his hunt.
Noma have spotted a small herd of impalas, and he is on the stalking mode. He has advantage of tall grass. He have advantage of bushes as cover, and he is just on striking distance. He needs to close in a little bit more, and right there at the end of your frame to the right, there's some youngster male impalas. That's exactly what he's eyeing on. We might be in a treat for a chase or a hunt this evening. But on top of that, Noma, Kipepeo, and the lions have made our cut trick of our cutter day today. Rosalind, cheetahs are extremely daytime hunters, and we are at least another 50 or so minutes before sunset. And this is a typical time that they will maximize the daytime before the sun goes down. And even sometimes when it is full moon, cheetahs have been discovered to hunt on full moon. I have no idea what is going on in Noma's brain right now, because he is calm, chill, though the impalas are still behind the bushes. Hello Julian, we've been looking to see or to try find you a live hunt on television or on your screen, and we have all our fingers crossed, right there, Umpo? Umpo is also very excited. He's very intense. Look at those views right there. Noma is looking behind just to make sure that there's no hyenas or any of the big predators that is following him, and especially hyenas, because hyenas sometimes they will follow cheetahs and hide behind bushes. Metal, you're asking how long does a cheetah survive without eating, and it depends on how much they have had previously, but ideally they should have something, if they can, every day, but they can go up to at least 5 days without eating. I was saying that these hyenas will sometimes follow cheetahs and will hide behind bushes, and especially knowing that the cheetahs on hunt or hunting, they will just wait until they make a kill and they will appear and take the kill away from them. Noma is sitting down again just to make sure that he gets this hunt right. He's doing his calculations right there, calculating the distance, calculating the cover in between him and the impalas. I think that's what's going on in his head. See if he has enough time to eat before dark, or perhaps he will rather keep this until tomorrow. You never know. He's stalking again. Look how stealthy he's getting. He's calculating every moves, every step. Cats, Noma is 5 years old. He is going to turn 6 years any time, any day of this new year. Noma was born 2020. He's closing up distance. He have that bush in front of him as a cover. The impalas have no idea. It's not windy as it could be, so the wind is not on anyone's side. Cheetah have very good eyesight, and Noma here knows exactly the position of the impalas. And now, having cover of the grasses and the bushes, all sort of odds are on his side. Look how stocky he is behind the grass there. The tension is building. I am actually intense right here, Umpo. You? Mm-hmm. Yeah? Yeah, Umpo as well. Jilly B, yes, Noma have always been alone because he was born with 2 sisters, and he didn't have any of them to live with. Nagol and the other sister are independent, and Noma, as he is supposed to be, is also independent at the moment, and he's not joined any coalition. The impalas are kind of turning back towards him, because this is a little group of bachelors that have no idea what's happening because they're all young. And Noma is closing up. He's gone down a little bit behind the grasses now that the impalas are heading towards him. Or at least they had turned around and face his direction. And he just needs to be a little more patient. It's incredibly quiet and peaceful all around us, except for Noma, because the impalas have no idea that he's here. There are roads that drive through the woodlands, but these are designated roads. And we are in a special area that we do off-road responsibly. Everyone here in our side is professionals and they know when to do it. This is considered as the low-used zone of the Masai Mara. And as a matter of fact, it's only you that's watching on this screen. Mpo and I are the only other people on this sighting. Makes it very, very special. Noma is tucked in behind the grasses because the impala's kind of moving slowly towards him. You can see a little bit of his head up. The impalas are also cautious, just not to bump on anything, but they have no clue whatsoever. You can see a little bit of Noma there. It's going to be a little tough for him if the impalas turn in and go into the woodlands, but they're not looking into it. They're kind of walking on the edge. Impalas are adapted or specialized in staying both in the woodlands and in the open. They can graze and browse at the same time or at different times. So this is a perfectly ideal habitat for the impalas. Noma is gone down because the impalas are crouching in a little more. Jackie Turner, the tension is building indeed. I'm feeling the tension. The impalas have no idea. I'm sure there's a lot of tension building around Noma. Cheetahs and most of other predators of this land are very, very patient. And Noma can be very patient as well. Fishtuya, we might not be of much help, but we have fingers crossed for him. He looked like he needed it. He needs a little bit of luck. And he's trying to time his moves very well. Hunts to be successful, especially of cheetahs, they have to time every move, every step is counting, and they have to be very, very careful on how they even move their feet, just not to make a move or sound through the grasses that will alert the impalas.
Yeah, he's still there.
Yeah, he's still there. He's tucked in very well because the impalas are moving slowly towards him. And for those that are joining us right now, we have a beautiful cheetah tucked behind the grasses and stalking the impalas. It's a little group of young stub males impalas. And he is about, I'll say about 40 to 50 meters close. He's on striking distance and it's going to be any minute or any second of the moment. The impalas have no idea that the cheetah is there. Noma, the male cheetah, have full attention. That's why he doesn't want to make any mistakes. Maybe he has been trying to hunt almost all day today and no luck, and he doesn't want to repeat the same mistakes that he might have been making during the attempts that he had during the day, because I'm sure he had tried. The impalas are not comfortable at all around the bushes, and that's why they're kind of hesitant on going into the woodland. But Noma, there's a little bit of his head above the grass now that the impalas have turned away. Once the impalas or any other prey turns around and look where the predator is, they freeze and even go lower. But once the prey turns away, like now, you'll see them put up their heads. Like Mpo is showing you, Noma is sitting up a little bit, and he will try to figure out how to make his next moves. Steve D, you're complimenting the cover that is in front of Noma, and I totally agree that he have all his cover in front of him, the tall grasses, the bushes, the wind is calm, there's no blowing on any other direction, and the impalas have no idea that he's here. There's no live hunt that is more interesting to see than that of a cheetah, because it can happen too fast. The cheetah is the fastest land animal, that they can sprint to the top speed of 100 to 110 kilometers per hour in seconds, and in a short burst. If their prey is not as fast or have no idea that they are there, they'll be on their jaw. Noma is just checking behind him, just to make sure that there is no predators like hyenas or lions or even leopards, because you see the terrain that he is suitable for all the mentioned predators. The impalas have kind of vanished into the woodlands, so he might actually make his move again to close up to them. There he goes. Noma is on the move. He's not hiding anymore because he knows that the impalas are right into the woods, and he's just going right towards the bushes where the impalas were or went into. He will just flash them off into the open space, because they don't do well in the cover of woodlands like that. He will need space in front of him to sprint and use his little weapon, which is speed. Look at that.
My name is Amy, and behind the camera with me is Paul. And I mean, to be able to share it with all of you. Fingers crossed, and I'll make sure I wear my lucky leopard socks as well.
The Wild Earth Impact Foundation is a non-profit that uses the power of wildlife storytelling as a force for good. We create sustainable development projects that showcase conservation stories, empower people, and inspire environmental action. As a registered South African PBO, you can make a tax-deductible donation to the Wild Earth Impact Foundation. To find out more, visit our website.
Would you like to know what an elephant's favorite food is? You could ask me questions like that in real time. Our safaris are live and interactive from the heart of Africa. Over here. Watch Safari Live and connect with nature.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature, live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure.
Out here, every moment counts. As a Wild Earth explorer, you won't miss a thing. Watch the Wild Earth channel ad-free 24/7 and rewind if you want to catch something again. Enjoy behind-the-scenes videos, fireside chats, and early access to travel offers. It's the best way to stay connected and be part of the Wild Earth family.
Anything can happen now. Oh, there we go. It's on the far right. Impala's running. There's Noma. It's on full speed. It's picked a target that is too fast for him. There we go. It's on top speed now, guys. But the Impala might just be out of reach. Wow. What a sprint. I'm sorry, Noma. You'll get him, or you'll get something else. Perhaps tomorrow. And thank you all for those that have cheered for Noma. He almost had it. He had it in front of it. Maganda, you are anxious like we were. I mean, this would have been amazing. I mean, to see it unfolds and the ambush and all the calculations that he was doing. Obviously, they don't have a high, 100% chances of success. But at least we got to see the chase and all the moves that gets involved in a hunt. So it doesn't usually come easy as we may think, that because they are the fastest animals on land, that they could just get whatever they can or they want any other time. He did his full sprint and he needs a little more time to recover, to try again, except that he doesn't have enough time before the sun sets.
Maybe the position is...
He's going to catch his breath. And while Noma is catching up his breath, we will pass by Kipepeo's tree, see if she is up. We'll send you over to Steve of the vehicle.
Well, cheetah hunt, how special. What have we found? Well, we found some more horns, everybody. We seem to be on a bit of a discussion of horns this afternoon, and quite easy to identify these, isn't it? I was talking before about the eland. We call them the genus Tragelaphus, meaning the spiral-horned antelope. Although eland might not always appear to be very spiral-horned, they are spiral-horned, and this individual is a kudu. A kudu is probably the most pronounced of the spiral-horned, and inside of so this is the skull right over here. The skull would have come down. There's the face, the head. So this bone is attached to the skull and grows out from a young age, and around it is we get that sheath of keratin, which is the horn that we see. But inside the horn itself, inside the keratin, is these powerful bone-like structures which make a kudu's head and horns very, very heavy. So it's actually a disadvantage to have horns. So that's why we talk about male and female having horns. The female not needing them if she's living in an environment where there's lots of trees, lots of vegetation, where she gets snaggled, can get caught. So open plains, male and female have them for defense of the youngster. Closed bushland areas, females don't have them because running around with this is going to be very, very difficult to survive. It's a difficult thing. Now, if a male has got a big set of horns like this on his head and he's able to fight and compete, well, good on him. He deserves to be the dominant male. But they do get caught up sometimes. But that is not even a big kudu, but inside sometimes the horns actually can break, the keratin itself, but the actual horn. So I think it would be very painful when a horn like this breaks. Can you imagine? It's proper bone, it's attached to the skull, and it's solid. So the keratin itself gets worn down and broken down very, very quickly. In comparison, it could take a few months, if not a year or two, to break down with horn borer moths. It's only hair, really, keratin. It gets broken down and fed upon, but this bone can stay in the bush for a lot longer. Some animals will nibble on it. There's been a little bit of scratching on here, so porcupines like to feed on bone, tortoises, a lot of other animals will feed on it for their calcium nutrients. I'm just beeping, so I'm not sure if anyone's talking to me, so let me just stand up quickly. You can keep looking at that. I'll see what's happening. Okay, so the kudu horn, very, very special. Okay, so I think we're going to send you over to a virtual safari.
My name is Taylor McCurdy, and I'm very excited to be sitting on this couch and out of the rain. But I've got some great things to share with you that we've been up to over the last week or so. Obviously, we did have some gaps in between the rain, but it's been quite restricting as to where we can and can't drive. And we've made the most of it. So we've done quite a bit of things around the lodge, but there's a few things I want to recap on when we've been out in the field. It was so great to see some animals as we were driving out on the reserve, and something caught my attention. In the distance, there was a fairly young giraffe standing all by itself, but it was performing quite an interesting behavior. The first thing I noticed is that it had its head pointed to the sky and it looked like it was chewing something. Now, if you ever see a giraffe doing that, stop, switch off the car, pick up your binoculars and have a look, because there is a good chance that it's performing something called osteophagy, and that is where animals of different species will chew on bones to be able to extract nutrients. So especially calcium, phosphorus, those are two very important minerals that animals do need, and sometimes they just don't get enough from the plants that they are feeding on. So we watched this giraffe, and then just as we were about to leave, the next minute, a couple of warthogs came pushing on through and were feeding on the grass. We missed them rolling around in the mud. So it was a short and sweet sighting, but still a special one nonetheless. In that same setting, just as we were leaving, we sort of turned and had a look to our left, and we saw a couple of different bird species. There were a few yellow-fronted canaries flying around, But there was one bird that decided to stay put, and it was a white-fronted bee-eater. We've been seeing so many little bee-eaters. We've been seeing plenty of European bee-eaters soaring above us, but it's the first time that I've seen a white-fronted bee-eater here. So it happily sat on the branch. It flew up and down a couple of times, grabbing insects in the air, but just a great one to see. And I'm actually quite sad I didn't make a bird list while I've been here, because I think we would have hit quite a high number. Once again, Gert almost lost his teeth because I slammed on brakes. We haven't been seeing very many spider species. In fact, I've only seen 3 since I've been here. But I saw an enormous one on a big web. And it was a female garden orb-web spider. They have really interesting abdomens. It almost looks like little serrations around the outside. And they've got black and yellow coloration. So we had a closer look, and the light was just so beautiful, the way that it was catching the web. And she was feeding on a butterfly. So the butterfly was a brown-veined white, which there are plenty of at the moment. So depending on the spider species, some will actually use their venom and they'll bite an insect species, for an example. And then what that does is it liquidates the insides and they're able to suck it out. There are some spider species, however, that have got a slightly different mouth parts, chelicerae, if you will, and they can actually eat their prey that side. But not in the case of the garden orb-web spider. So we watched it for ages, and she had her fill and then carried on with the rest of her day. On Monday, we had to move from 57 Waterberg all the way to Nungubani. It's not actually that far of a drive, but we'll get into that in a moment. But Gert and I were packing our bags and just moving them. And as I was coming down the walkway, I spotted a snake, which I was very excited. It was a vine snake. Now, firstly, vine snakes literally look like bark. It's incredible. They're grey, they've got these mottled browns and blacks on them in different types of patterns. So they have actually got horizontal pupils, these little slits. And that is incredibly important when you are a snake that spends most of its time in the tree because of the food that you're looking to feast on. And because they've got these specially adapted pupils, they actually have binocular vision, which is something that you don't also see in a lot of different snake species. So with that binocular vision and those pupils, they're able to focus both eyes on the same thing at the same time. We've been seeing so many different frog species, but it's been quite difficult to catch them. Every time we've tried to film them at nighttime, they see us and they move in the complete opposite direction. But anyways, it's been great to see so many different tadpoles moving around, although the puddles of water have started drying up. But I think they're quite happy now because we have had such a huge downpour that it has filled back up some of those little natural pans. Sadly, my time at 57 Waterberg and Valgevonden Game Reserve has come to an end, but it has been so special to explore this reserve, as green as it is and with all the secret life that lives below the undergrowth. It's been truly amazing. I have seen so many different plant species as well as various animal species. I hope I get to come back here in the near future once again. But of course, everybody has hosted us and welcomed us with open arms, and it's so great. It's so special. I actually don't even have the words, but all I can say is thank you very much, and I hope to see you all again soon.
Well, wonderful to spend time with Taylor there again. Valgevonden, what a lovely place. I have not yet been. Sorry everybody, we're just trying to sort out our communications issues and we will be able to answer some questions. So any of the questions that you sent through before on those kudu horns, we will be addressing them shortly. Please do keep sending your questions. It is myself and Morgan for the rest of the drive. The Mara team has gone home because it's dark and it is raining in the Lowveld. So if you are only just joining us this afternoon, welcome to Amakala Game Reserve. I'm Steve, that's Morgan. We will be the hosts for the rest of the show. The Dream Team. So let's keep some of your questions quite deep. And I don't want one-word answers, questions if possible. Just so that the question, I will do some one-word answers if they come. Okay, first question coming in hot.
Can the horns of male kudus get entangled?
Yes, indeed, Anita. Horns of male kudu can get entangled. Generally what happens is when you get two big males, big dominant males, the horns are perfectly splayed and spread out that they don't lock. But every now and again, when you get two competitors that aren't evenly matched, maybe one's a little bit bigger than the other one, then they can slip in there and they can get caught. I've found two kudu bulls that were killed, or should I say one died because lions started eating it, and the other one was still locked onto the horns of the other one, alive. So it does happen. It's happened before. We found them where they're both dehydrated. They were locked together for so long and weren't able to get untangled, because once that locking happens, it's incredible, because it comes from force as well. Kudu horns are incredibly powerful, and the animals themselves weigh a lot, so when they push their weight down, they can lock in like that. It's not common to see, but it does happen. There are some defects in the horn. Yeah.
Granny J21 wants to know, Steve, what's happened to the sheep?
To the what?
Sheep.
Oh, Granny 24, you want to know what happened to the sheath? The sheath got eaten. I think I was discussing it in the segment there, that the horn itself, the skull part of the bone that comes up and goes around, that gets covered with a sheath, and that sheath is made of keratin. The substance is much softer, and it gets eaten, and it disappears. It takes a lot shorter time for the keratin to be broken down, depending on the conditions, the temperatures, where you might be. But the horn can stay for many, many years, whereas the keratin sheath, depending on the time of year, a couple of weeks, a couple of months. So, yeah, when if anyone ever wants to preserve a horn, you need to cover it in some quite toxic chemical very quickly, because it will get eaten, it will disappear. It won't last for very long. So,
Stephen Morgan, what time is it?
Praveen, you want to know what time it is? It's 5:39 on Saturday, the 10th of January, 2026. It's the Stephen Morgan time. That's what time it is. Try find some more antelope, shall we? Try find some more antelope.
Penny wants to know what happened to your box of bird feet.
Penny, I've got my box of bird feet back at camp. So if we have to do another one of these hour and a halves on our own, you'll be seeing some bird feet, I'm afraid. Or not afraid. You might all be afraid. Many people out there going, what on earth is he talking about? Bird feet. Well, you're going to have to wait and see, aren't you? I have acquired over the years a number of dead birds that have come to me through many ways, means and mannerisms of death. One of them was a hornbill that killed itself, I believe, attacking the mirror of my car. Which birds do quite often. They like to attack mirrors because it looks like another bird and they've never seen themselves. And so they attack it, and I found a hornbill that killed itself, and I've got his foot. Shashala found a barbet. I don't know how it died, but I've got a barbet foot. I've got a grey go-away bird foot with a giant eagle owl foot, barn owl. I don't have the owl feet with me. They are in special places at home. I hold very high reverence for owl feet. They're very, very spiritual things that always have come to me in very special moments.
Erica wants to know, are we going to see the badger fox?
Oh, Erica, we were heading in that direction and the wind was blowing us elsewhere. So we decided to come over towards this side where there's water and find some animals. And so far we've been quite lucky in that. We've seen a few animals and we haven't even got to the water yet. Coming over the hill, we'll find some water now. Ah, here we've got another skull. Are you ready, Morgs, for another magnificent moment with a skull?
With the wildfires in the coastal area affect...
Am I too close there? Are you good?
Maybe.
Okay. Kathy, you want to know if the wildfires in Kucha will affect animal behavior? Well, animals move away from fire as much as they can. But it is a trying time. You know, animals that have evolved on these landscapes have evolved with a fire, so they know what the fire is, and they move away from it. So they'll have an understanding of it and move away. Okay, so once again, we have a boss. Look at this individual. Now it's a lot lighter than it normally would be because it's lost all of the keratin, it's lost all of the weight, and it's been here. Oh, there's a little bit of horn still on the underside. There we go. Okay, so you can see over here that there's some horn that is still underneath. It's been protected because it's been underneath on the ground. And here what you're seeing is these little cocoon shape things. What happens is you get horn borer moths that burrow in to the horn, and they feed on the horn. They feed on the keratin, and then they make these long tubes which they then pupate in once they've obviously had enough to feed on. It's a caterpillar that's feeding on the horn, and then they go into pupation inside of this keratin sheath, which is basically made up of silk and the keratin, and then they come out of that as a moth, and then they continue their life cycle. Then they go on and lay eggs on other horns. That's how they live. So there's a little bit of remnants on that side, a little bit of remnants on that side, and a lovely buffalo skull. Isn't that quite special? You can see the dentition over here, typical of a grazing animal, although they do have a fair amount more jagged edges than we saw with our warthog a few days ago. Rory, well, the bone is very hard. Your fingernail and your hair are made of keratin. They're very soft. They're made up of a very different substance. There's huge amounts of calcium in here. Bones ossify. They take years to be created. How long did it take for your shoulder or your elbow or your arm to be formed versus your fingernail? How often do you cut your fingernail? How often do you cut your hair? It's a much quicker process in comparison. So if you think about how quickly your fingernail or hair regenerate versus a new bone in the body, that process is much slower because it's taking time to ossify. And then of course the breakdown is exactly the same. Okay, so buffalo have got obviously these lovely hooked horns like that, and it's interesting because where the eyes are, the buffalo's eyes are over there. So with all of the animals we've been talking about today, when it comes to defense, when it comes to fighting, when it comes to maybe attacking a predator, they know exactly where that corner of their horn is. They know it. Even the gemsbok, even the kudu, they can look all the way up. Somehow, the way that their eye and their body structure is designed is they can see the tip of their horn, or they at least know exactly where it is. And so a buffalo runs into a lion and it can just lift and hook, and it can pick that lioness up very, very easily using the hook of the horn. So the design of each animal is very, very different, and we've seen a number today already. But buffalo, the boss. Moonbeam Smith is possible. I mean, I think it is very possible. I don't 100% know. But, you know, what happens is you find a lot of animals in bushes scratching and rubbing and thrashing the bushes because maybe something is inside feeding on the horn at the time. But I think it might actually mainly happen after the animals died. Those horn borer moths come in, lay their eggs, and then they do their thing. But that is a good question. It's something I've debated over the years, because you see how buffalo thrash, and they get very irritated with their horn. Something is almost eating them inside. So it's a good question. I don't know, but it is possible that sometimes they lay their eggs on beforehand, and it takes some time for the process to unfold. Very nice. Buffalo, but just like the warthog yesterday, I can tell you 100% certain that it's dead. lovely open grasslands here, scattered with a few forbs, shrubs. Sinead, it's never safe to relax out here. These animals, it's a bit bright. These animals are constantly alert. They live in a state of alertness. Their life depends on it. The reality is they rely on their senses for survival, their sense of smell, hearing, eyesight. So when they can go out to an open clearing, the wind is gentle, they can see, they can hear, then they relax. But if they can't do that, because it's windy, the grass is moving, the wind is spiraling, you can't smell where the danger's coming from, you can't hear, then animals get very, very agitated and very stressed. So that's the reality. These animals always have potential risks involved in their livelihood, and it's why we can embody such lovely traits from animals, in that they are always living in the moment. Always here. They're never away in thoughts, they're never drifting off. Obviously they sleep or they ruminate, so they go into spaces of relaxation through the rumination, but they're alert. They're meditating. They're hearing what's going on. The ears are clocking this way, clocking that way. They never, obviously some animals sleep completely, like cats, elephants, rhinos, although the ear always seems to be alert. So we can embody that. We can learn to live in the moment. Yeah, that's it. I mean, leopard lover, you can find them around. But obviously far less predators die than herbivores. The smaller ones will get broken completely. So like when lion cubs or leopard cubs die, you never find the body, you never find the bones, because the bones are very small, very soft, easily broken. A hyena or any scavenger could quite easily take them with them. But you know, every now and again you do find predator skulls. On reserves like this, where they know everything about their predators, if a predator died here, they would probably do something with that skull. Same in reserves like the Sabi Sand. I know that Nkoro has got a couple of skulls of I think one of them are pocho males, and then one of them are Jingaline males that fought, and there was one was killed by the Mapojos, and then they came and killed one of the Mapojos, and they saw it happen. So there's evidence, it's history. Oh my goodness. It's very windy now. Hoping to find some animals by the water, but
oh,
pleasant. Feel that? Oh my goodness. One bush and the wind has sort of stopped. I get quite agitated in wind. It's something I am learning to embrace. Actually thinking about taking up kite surfing to really try and embrace the wind. It's windy, let's go surfing! Okay, well, Mashuru spent some time with rhinos in Sibuya, so let's go spend some time with him on a virtual safari.
Hello everybody, welcome out here in the bush here at Sibuya Game Reserve. While we're out here, one of the most important things is to use our senses. So we're gonna be going through around the reserve using our senses and see what we can come across and how we can get to use our senses out here. All right everybody, so going deep into nature using our senses today. Few different bird species are calling and they're just tripping down through the valleys and they can hear the sound echoing, and then from here can also use the sense of sight. So just down there I've already spotted the rhinos. Right over here we managed to get a little bit closer to the white rhinos, so we managed to spot them from a very long distance. Comparing our senses and animal senses, ours is nothing compared to them. So for example, looking at the rhinos, looking straight at the ears, you can see those ears are almost like cone-shaped ears, and they're always moving back and forth, and they can detect so much more than what we can detect with our ears. When you're looking at the rhinos, you literally see that they actually use their sense of hearing more than their sense of sight, because while their face is always close to the ground and they get to see what they're feeding on, and while they're doing that they get to use their hearing to detect everything that can approach to them. So right over there we've got a nice beautiful bird. So that's the poaching kukau. So one of the birds that we have in the reserve. So it falls within the shrike family. So they are ferocious predators, and it's always nice to see them like this. So they've got a very unique call, and normally they're often called the rain birds. So when they're calling, you normally find that there is a change in atmospheric pressure towards the rain. So that's why they're called the rain birds. And I would use every opportunity to make a kill. They'll go to a point whereby they can go for small mammals, they can go for small birds. So anything that they can actually overpower, they'll go for it, from insects, the grasshoppers, locusts, they'll go for that. So that's the poaching kukau. So it's always nice to see them, almost like a mini-sized chicken. We got a nice, beautiful, fluffy antelope. So the one thing that really sticks out when it comes to this antelope, so this is what we call a waterbuck, Cobus ellipsoprimnus. So it's one of the antelope species that has got that unique marking on its bum. So it's got that white ring on.
Wild Earth Travel has a green season special just for South Africans. Explore Botswana's Okavango, a remarkable mosaic of delta and savanna teeming with wildlife. Stay in elegant, luxurious tented camps deeply connected to the wilderness. Discover the Okavango on exciting game drives and tranquil boat journeys. Share stories beneath the stars, remembering what it means to safari through Africa's wild south. Wild Earth Travel. We're waiting for your call.
Would you like to know at what age a buffalo calf gets its horns? These are questions that you can ask me in real time. Our safaris are live and interactive here in the heart of Africa. Join me on SafariLIVE and connect with nature.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature, live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure.
So Morgan, there's a question here from Leopard Lover saying, what happened to the Morgan and Maribe band?
We had a disagreement.
Leopard Lover. The Morgan and Maribe band, I didn't hear about that.
I wanted to go into slam poetry, he wasn't keen, so we
Morgan wanted slam poetry, and he wasn't into slam poetry. Animal Lover, no clip springers that I'm aware of in Amakala. Morgs, no clip springer here. Mike UK, you want to know about horns if they come on the left hand and right hand thread? I don't know. I mean, they definitely spiral in different ways. Oh. Oh, look at that. Splendid, hey? What a magnificent specimen. So we're still on the theme of horns, and you think about all the antelopes we've been talking about. They use their horns for fighting and for defense, and generally antelopes, except for the unicorn, have got 2 horns, and then the rhino has come up with the idea of 1. But inside the rhino's horn, which is also made of keratin, there's no bone inside. The entire thing is a solid substance of keratin, like one massive dreadlock, I suppose. One massive, thick set piece of horn, but actually made of keratin, not bone. There's no bone at all in the rhino. And they want their fighting sword in front of them, in front of the eyes, where they can do the damage that they need to do. Obviously, we've got elephants with tusks. So many animals out here have got wonderful defense mechanisms. Jackie Darling wants to know which antelopes are least intimidated by humans. I would probably think the Nyala. The Nyala seem to be the quickest and easiest to habituate, and we find them in so many camps around the parks. They're very, very relaxed. Doesn't mean that they're tame, but they're very, very relaxed. Saint Nisi, you want to know if the skeletons are sold to Animal Museum. Pretty much most animals we find around Africa have already found themselves in a museum. What will happen is if there's any incredibly noteworthy specimens. So Letaba, for example, up in the Kruger, they've got remarkable skeletons there of big tusker elephants, and they'll probably continue to add to that as big tuskers later on die. So yes, there are skeletons, but many museums, unless it's a new museum that's been created, are already occupied, or should I say, have great specimens. But it's possible that there could still be space for some. Chaucy, there has not been a lot of rain in Amakala. We're in a drought, and there are fires raging through the Eastern Cape. We are crying for rain. Well, Morgan's crying, I'm not crying. He tends to cry a lot, Morgan. With his slam poetry, he tends to cry quite a bit. That's how he cries himself to sleep every night, everybody. We need rain. The pans are dry. Obviously, there is water provided, but with the fires that we've been experiencing, rain is very much needed right now. Henny, I haven't seen a snake on Amakala. I don't think I've seen one in the time I've been here. No, I don't think I've seen a snake. I don't think I've seen a snake. Piece 2, I'm trying to think about the most treasured item I've found in the bush. Most certainly I found many feathers, which I hold quite dear. Feathers are such a gift. And I found many stones, many crystals. I've got a very nice warthog tusk that I go everywhere with. It's just a small piece warthog tusk that broke off that I found years ago. That was part of my shrine for a while, and that I carry around with me. Okay. So Nikki, have rhinos become more skittish because they're aware that the risk of being poached? No, I don't think the rhino has any concept of the fact that it's actually physically being poached for its horn. By their very nature, they're quite a jumpy animal. Their eyesight's pretty poor, so they can be intimidated quite easily, and they run away from things. But they're just this giant animal moving through the landscape, trying not to cause anybody any harm. And if anything frightens them, they tend to run away from it. Sometimes they might charge, but they're quite easily to intimidate. But I don't think poaching has actually made them more skittish at all. But they do get a bit more skittish in windy conditions. Tax lady, no, I definitely don't want any more wind. So I'll definitely never be visiting you in the Outer Hebrides, windiest place in the UK. Makes you laugh when we say it's windy. It is windy. Do you go on game drives where you live, tax lady? Do you go on game drives out there? Do you enjoy being outside? The wind is not a vibe. Cecile says, at 6 years, Maribs is too serious for a marimba band. Morgan, I know you wanted to join him, the marimba band, didn't you? Chaucer gestation period of the white rhino is 15 months. 15 months. And they give birth to a single calf that is weaned after 3 years. Rizezu, what animal am I most afraid of? I don't say I'm afraid of animals. I have much respect for animals, and I give animals space and distance. An animal I'm the most cautious of would be a crocodile, for sure. I'm not afraid of snakes. I have respect for them. I don't handle them if I don't need to, and I am very aware of crocodiles. My dad knows what I do and often makes comments about me potentially getting eaten by a crocodile. I must be careful around the water. I'm very aware around water. Got to be very careful. So everybody, from exploring the wild to planning your future, every journey starts somewhere. Go and visit invest.alexforbes.com to start your investment journey today. So Thabo, you want to know what's the difference between ivory and horn? Well, the horn itself, we were talking about the kudu there, the buffalo. The inside horn is actually bone, it's skull. It comes from the skull. And then the horn on the outside, the keratin sheath, is made of keratin. Whereas ivory is essentially modified teeth. So there's a difference to them. The structure of the cells inside, I don't know the exact ins and outs of the difference between bone and teeth, but they're different. Ivory is more of a tooth, and horn is made more of bone. Mbogeni, it is possible for lions to possibly scratch a rhino, but it would be a very last scratch that the lion ever does. I don't know if it would tear through, but it would be a good thing to see. Lions hunting a rhino. I've seen it once before. Lions thought they could hunt.
We've seen them try here twice. They didn't make anything.
Okay, we're just going to move up a little bit. So Morgan says he's seen rhinos being hunted here before by lion. It's more of an inquisitive sort of thing. It's more inquisitive than actual... It's more inquisitive than actually the ability to hunt them. Okay, we get a little bit closer to them. Have to be careful with our camera movements with rhinos, everybody. We don't ever want to give away where they are. Good. There you have it. Sarah in the UK, Morgan, wants to know from you if you're ever going to come on one of my trips.
One day.
Yeah, Morgan was scheduled to come on a trip with me last year. He was going to come and do some filming. And then he had plans to go to America and see his uncle. It actually fell through, but my trip ended up being postponed anyway. Joyce PA, you say you're loving the Steve and Morgan show. Well, there's a cyclone happening in the low veld, so check in tomorrow morning, start of drive, and check in about 5:30 tomorrow afternoon for this to continue. Bring your anecdotes, your popcorn. Leon has commented to Morgan and myself, thanks for flying the South African flag so high while the low veld continues to get drenched. Pundu from the Bundu, Leon. To me, that's a great question. Will the horns of different antelope continue to evolve for sexual selection? It's taken so long for the horns to get to where they are. Imagine the number of antelope species that we have was probably limited to only a few species that were very much like a duiker. Very much like a duiker, a duk-duk, small antelope, probably monogamous, all occurring in a forested environment where resources were limited, so they were territorial and they were monogamous, and the males generally had two spike horns. Slowly over time, as the savannas opened up, as the climate changed, the forest opened up and caused tropical savannas to be formed, which led to grasslands, which allowed animals like this and everything else to evolve out and to get bigger and to get stronger, and to slowly but surely just got speciation, as you had with birds. Many different bird species evolved from probably very similar birds, and that's what happened with antelope as well. And so slowly but surely over time, I don't think it'll happen in our lifetime, you will see things change. You will see things change as they are more suitable. Those that are less suitable, the traits that are less suitable, are lost. Traits that are successful move forward. So that's the whole evolution of the giraffe neck. The giraffe neck got longer and longer through either feeding or desire to feed higher, or the fact that the male who had the longest neck was more successful in his competition and his fighting, so that was favored, and slowly over time the neck just got to where it is now. but we've missed the whole interlude in between. So it does take time, but some evolutionary traits can be quite quick, as was documented in Darwin's finches in the Galapagos Islands. I read a book years ago of researchers that documented in 10 years they saw change, complete change in the beak structure of those birds, and that was because of the different climates, El Nino and El Niña, causing differences in the feeding, differences in the food availability, and the birds within 10 years had a complete evolutionary change, which is fascinating. That's a very small period of time on what we think an evolutionary scale. Ray, I'm unaware of any crocodiles here in Namakala, but there certainly would have been. All the rivers, or most of the rivers anyway, except for the Orange River in South Africa. I think the Orange River does as well. But all the major rivers would have at one point had hippos, would have had crocodile, but both of those animals had human-wildlife conflict, no doubt, and over the years have been lost. There's a number of names across the country. There's a lot of buffalo names and crocodile names across the country of rivers and roads and areas and hippos all over the place. So those animals would have occurred in a much larger range to what we now find them. Janine, I'm not sure if there are any policies, direct policies for removing predator bones so they don't end up being sold, but like I say, in this day and age, most of the animals that people are coming across in smaller reserves are very well known, or in areas that are quite highly ecotourism orientated. They would know very much about what's going on, and very likely they would possibly deal with skulls, but would they do with bones? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they would collect them. Is there a policy behind it? I'm unaware if there's anything like that at the moment. Lakshmi, up in the Kruger, we got some wonderful plants. The marula, the bark of the marula is great for any bite or sting on the skin. Perfect for if you get stung, bitten, works really, really nicely. And there's a number of plants here, the Copobratus, the sour fig, which works really, really well for stings and bites. Blue bottle stings works really, really well. You just grab a leaf, squeeze out the juice and rub it on the affected area, and it's almost instantaneous how it works. We don't have many of it in this general area, but we do find quite a lot of it around. And it does subsequently grow all over the sand dunes in many areas where we swim, and we get blue bottle stings. Kathy, the collars that you see, or the bracelets you see on the ankles, are 100% for their safekeeping, for monitoring the rhino, for anti-poaching purposes. They are AI smart devices that actually pick up not only on basically where the animal is, very simple, but on movement. If the animal is lying down for too long, if there's a change in body temperature, if there's a change in something, then the collar kicks off something and then somebody's alerted. So it almost is GPS coordinated to where they are, and people are able to react to whatever changes are being communicated through that little tracker. And the reason it looks so big is because it's got a small little solar panel on it, which helps to charge it. So a lot of the collars that you see on the cheetahs, they've got these collars that are quite cumbersome on the back. That has got a battery in there that only lasts for about 3 or 4 years, I think. I think they might have improved I think they might have improved the lifespan of those batteries now. But once the battery's done, it has to be removed. And the process has to be done all over again. So now we are going to find a giraffe. What other antelopes could we talk about today? The impala. The duiker will be very fleeting. We haven't actually seen a kudu. Okay, so we're going to send you on to another virtual safari with Taylor and some lions.
We've been bound to camp for the last 48 hours. It's been pouring with rain, but finally the clouds have lifted and it feels so good to see the sun. And I've got a bit of a surprise for you. My name is Taylor and on camera with me is Gert. I'm very excited to be able to head back out onto Welgevonden Game Reserve, although being quite cautious about the roads that we drive. Now we've just made it past the airstrip and you won't believe it, there's a big male lion that's out and about. This male lion's name is Shaka, and we did briefly see him not too long ago, but he was so far away. But he's got his head up and he's looking around. Now he comes all the way from Tembe Elephant Park in a province called KwaZulu-Natal, and it's a serious distance away, but he has settled in quite nicely now. And he spends most of his time with the Western Pride lionesses, which there are 2 of. But I don't see them around at the moment, and I suspect that's who he is looking for. This is a tree that I have not seen before. It's in the genus Pseudolachnostylus, but a much easier name to remember is a Kalahari kudu berry. It's quite a big, scrappy tree, but to be fair, I haven't seen very many of them, so maybe they grow nice and tall. But I do want to show you the berries itself. Now, you can probably just see a couple of them over there. They're still quite green, although some of them are going a little bit on the yellow side. And I went and I read a little bit about this tree, and nowhere does it say that humans can eat the berries. But Nyala would probably eat something like this too, bushbuck. I'm sure the elephants wouldn't say no, and many other animals would feed on this. This is probably the second best elephant sighting that we've had. It's another enormous bull. But one thing that I've noticed about him, he's got a wound just below his tail. You might even be able to see it quite clearly. There's a hole and you can see quite a bit of sort of a white substance. That looks like an enormous abscess. It doesn't seem to be bothering him too much, but we've kept our distance just in case. One thing that I did notice is that he's secreting temporin from his temporal glands. So those are the glands that are situated just basically behind the eyes. And that doesn't necessarily show that an elephant bull is in must when he is, his testosterone is higher than what it would normally be, and he'd go out searching for females. But it also can sort of start streaming when they're excited, when they're stressed. It's almost like a release of adrenaline, if you will. So it can show a number of different things. But we're not.
Wild Earth, we believe every story has the power to create change. That's why we've launched the Wild Earth Impact Foundation, a non-profit dedicated to conservation and social impact. By showcasing conservation stories, we can change lives, protect nature, and empower communities. We have partnered with Empowers Africa to accept tax-deductible donations from US donors. Your donation will help fund critical programs that support our mission. Join us and be part of the change.
My full name is Cedric Leslie Dold. I grew up mostly here in the Lowveld. I grew up here pretty much on the southern side of Kruger National Park, a place called Marlow Park, for most of my years. Something surprising about myself, I did play drums in a band for many years. Best sighting I presented, we found Palumba and the 2 cubs, and the cubs are just way big.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature, live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure. Safari, wine, and waterfalls. The ultimate African adventure. Sip South Africa's finest wines. Experience a world-class safari among Africa's iconic wildlife. And stand in front of Victoria Falls, one of the natural wonders of the world. All this can be yours with Wild Earth Travel, where Africa comes alive.
Over. So I think it's time for us to start heading back to camp, because something that is approaching quite quickly are storm clouds, and I can see lots of rain in the distance and they're heading straight for us. We don't have much protection, so we've got to outrun the rain. But we'll come back tomorrow morning and see what these cats have been up to.
Welcome back. Welcome back. It's even storming on the virtual safaris, everybody. Wonderful to spend time there in Valgevonden with Taylor, and we've managed to catch up again with our little fellow. Hello. Right in the mouth, eh, Morgs? Look at those teeth. So a few more questions have been coming through, everybody. Thank you so much for sending them through. Cecile wants to know could supplemental feeding be needed for rhino if drought continues? 100%. I don't know if Amakala would need it, but supplemental feeding is something that reserves do for their big game. And rhino is definitely one of those animals that fits the bill. And Lucerne works very, very well. Whenever rhino are relocated to new areas, they're put into bomas for a set number of time to acclimatize, and they are fed in those bomas, and they take to it quite easily. So yes, supplementing feeding in dry conditions in small reserves 100% is very needed. Mac23, you said when you first started watching Wild Earth, we didn't get to see a lot of rhinos, and now we get to see them often, which is a treat. It's been a process over the years, you know, with all the different reserves, all the different policies. You know, rhino poaching around the world in Africa is a real thing. And, you know, one of the big things was, are we going to be promoting it by showing these animals? So it took a lot of time to get the go-ahead in places like the Sabi Sand and then in Amakala as well. But, you know, the main reason is education. We need to show them so that we can talk about them. We can't just sweep it under the rug and not talk about rhinos at all while they get poached to extinction. So I think it's instrumental that the conversation is carried forward and that people get to see these animals in their wild places naturally doing their thing, whether they're dehorned or not dehorned. That's definitely policies that we could talk about at a different time. Different reserves have their own strategies and mindsets behind that, but not showing them at all definitely was being the ostrich by putting the head in the sand for a while, I believe. So I think it's great that we are showing them, and There are some policies that come with it that we need to adhere to, but that's perfectly fine, and we're happy with that. Donnie, do I think horns are the most superior mechanic for wild animals to protect themselves? Well, they are quite incredible. I mean, they grow out of an animal's head or face, and they have the potential to inflict incredible bodily harm if used. I mean, look at this little youngster. It's not even a few months old, and the horn is already pushing out of the skull for readiness as an adult. So I think horns are quite incredible, you know. A spear-like structure attached to your head, I think far more powerful than a lion. Lions don't have weapons like horns, but they have numbers, they have strength, and they pull animals to the ground. But a buffalo standing on its feet, head on versus the lion's got no chance. From a tactical point of view, there needs to be strategy for a lion to hunt a buffalo. You can't just tackle it head on. And you'll notice that when lions do hunt buffaloes, they always go for the rump, they go for the non-danger end, and no one messes really with a rhino or an elephant because of the danger that they can impose on them. So I do think that what else in the wild, Morgs, can you think of that is more mechanically dangerous for protecting an animal? I can't think of anything else, eh? Maybe those fish that have the spears, that's pretty cool. But that's hunting. I can't think of it. Anita, there are oxpeckers around Amakala. But yeah, we don't see oxpeckers on every rhino, just like this buffalo now. There's no oxpeckers here. It's possible they're all with the big herd of buffalo, or they're hanging around with the giraffe, or they're somewhere where it's not so windy. They're feeding on an animal that's they're feeding on the ticks on an animal that is sheltering in the shade. But they are around, but by no means are there as many oxpeckers here as we find up in the north. That's for sure. VC loves wildlife. Is the male elephant the only large African mammal that goes through must? And most certainly the Indian and African elephant are the only animals in the world that go through must. It hasn't been observed in any other animal. It's not a rut. The key difference from a rut, there's a massive hormonal surge during must. The bull elephant's testosterone levels can go as much as 60 times higher than normal. That extreme surge is not typical in animals that are going through a rut. Obviously the physical manifestations that come from it, the secretions from the temporal glands, the constant dribbling from the penis sheath, so much so it leads to that green penis syndrome when it goes on for quite some time. Constant dribbling, and the smell, and also, yeah, and those are unique to elephant. Nothing else has any form or ability to do that. Obviously the females also have secretions from the side of the head, and must is a time of stress. So that's why the females, they also have temporal glands, and they also secrete when they're stressed. So if you see temporal secretions, it doesn't 100% mean an elephant bull is in must, but it is associated with must. If a bull is in must, he's definitely got secretions on the side of the head. And then also they get those massive behavioral extremes. So a very placid elephant can be a lot more sort of, unpredictable, or a little bit more difficult to handle than he normally would be. So you have to be very aware of them. And unlike a rut, which is very seasonal and normally cued to rainfall or a very specific time of year, dry season, what it might be, elephants can fluctuate. They can come in and out of must. It's not constantly seasonal. It can be this time of year, that time of year, but the bigger dominant males definitely do secure their must at a set period of time, normally during sort of the February, March, April, May period, to get the dominance of the breeding in the elephant cows. So Frida, the buffalo do have bottom teeth, the molars, and they have bottom teeth on the incisors on the front of the mouth, but the top palate, where you have got your big front teeth, what do you call it? Your 2 front teeth for Christmas, they don't have any teeth over here. None of our ruminants have teeth on the front, the top. They've got on the bottom, not on the top. The top is just a hard palate. The bottom teeth grab vegetation against that palate and they rip, and then they've all got molars on the side of the face there. Let's reposition here, Morgs, get another nice view of our very cool little buffalo, and just in time because she's having a big wee. So Wyatt, you want to know if the reserve's rewilding efforts on Amakhala could make it even better for big cats. So I think it's a pretty good place for big cats as it is. They actually have to limit the numbers. They have to control the numbers of big cats here, because the big cats would actually do very well and get out of control if they didn't get managed in a medium-sized reserve. I don't know what else they could do down in the Eastern Cape. They're allowing the vegetation to go back to its natural state. A lot of the areas that we might find were probably once upon a time cleared for agriculture. A lot of them are being allowed to return to that state before the thicket. So I think, lions occurred here, leopard occurred here, cheetah occurred here for a long time, predating human settlers, and they would have moved and interacted with the landscape in the best way that they could. And if you go to places like Addo Elephant National Park, very healthy predator populations there, and big game, you just don't see them all the time because of the density of the vegetation. So I don't know what other efforts they could do to make it even more, or improve it even more for the big cats. It's a limited space. Space is the limiting factor behind it. Space and the number of animals that can be held. And I was actually mentioning to Morgan the other day, there are a lot of animals on this property that they, in my opinion, without doing a survey or looking at the stocking rate or knowing that a lion needs X amount of animals a year to sustain itself, there probably is room for the lion prides to improve. But Morgan made such a wonderful comment to me the other day, but because the lion pride is quite small, there are so many of the other little things here, the bat-eared foxes and the aardwolves, and what other? Aardvark. So a lot of little things that in the Kruger you don't see those animals because of the density of predators. So when you get low density, that's a little scratch on the tree. When you get a low density of big apex predators, you get a much bigger diversity of the smaller guys, and I actually think that makes it quite wonderful. But that was Morgan's comment, and I stand by it. I think it's a goodie. Mace, you want to know, you commented this guy's been chewing on the same mouthful for ages. Well, the beginning of the show we were talking about rumination, and that's essentially what the animal's doing. It's not the same mouthful. These animals fill their belly with vegetation. They fill it quite quickly, like what this cow is doing. She's feeding, and then she's going to go sit down and rest, and she's going to chew the cud. Now, chewing the cud is maximizing the breakdown and the reabsorption of nutrients from what she's been feeding on. So when you see an animal chewing like that, it's not the same mouthful. It's a belly full of leaves that are quite large, and every time they regurgitate, they get a mouthful, they chew it until all those leaves are quite fine and small. They swallow it. The small fine leaves sink to the bottom of the rumen. The leaves that are still sitting on the top of the fluid of the rumen, they are able to be regurgitated again. Once that first stomach has been processed, all the leaves fall onto the bottom. They soak through. They move through to the next chamber of the stomach. That stomach is then essentially empty, and then the animal go and feed again. So it's a process, and it's a constant process. They feed, they ruminate, feed, ruminate, feed, ruminate. It's actually a massively important adaptation that these animals have for surviving in harsh conditions. When it's hot, you can go gather your basket of goods and then go sit in the shade to sort through them and process them, which is very helpful. Zebras, on the other hand, elephants, rhinos, they have to just keep feeding. They're just constantly feeding. There's no regurgitating. Their food goes into their mouth once, into the gut once, and then the digestion has to happen. There's no regurgitation for chopping that finer. So they don't get maximum out of the small amounts, but they get maximum out of doing double the amount of food. So there's the different strategies there. Sarah, this buffalo's definitely found a good spot this afternoon, especially with that little scratching post. Tino, yes, we do have to shower every day when we get back because the dust is quite something. It's quite warm as well, but yes, we will be dusty, and it's a pleasure being out here. We are braving the elements, doing what we can, and we hoped she was going to stay out for us for a little bit longer because we're loving this sighting. So Noah, if any animal is relaxed around a vehicle, it's because there's been a good habituation process that's taken place. If they're not relaxed around a vehicle, then the habituation process hasn't started, or you are driving around in a hunting reserve. So the rhinos in Amakhala, the white rhinos anyway, are very relaxed. They see a lot of people, they see a lot of cars, and there's no negative reinforcement. For example, what is negative reinforcement? If every time I come near you, I hit you, you're going to start flinching every time you see me, even if I'm not going to hit you. So that's a negative reinforcement. But if every time you see me, nothing happens, nothing harms you, nothing affects you negatively, you learn to get quite relaxed with that. So that's habituation. So that's all about that. It's all about calming an animal's nervous system and getting them used to vehicles. Habituation is a process, and we enjoy doing it. I hope that makes sense. So Barry, yes, a number of herbivores will be released into bomas before they get released. They acclimatize in the boma. Some bomas can be really big, some can be small, and it's down to a science now. They've been relocating animals across the country for probably the better part of 50 years now, since the 70s. So most animals, how they behave, the best way to release them has been studied, and a lot of it was through trial and error. There was a lot of failure, and so yes, if you are releasing any animal into an area, depending on where it's coming from, there are very specific guidelines about how to do it successfully, and it's an enormous investment. You don't want to just be releasing animals into a reserve not knowing what you're doing. It's a waste of money. The animals themselves cost money, the vet costs money, the capture itself costs money, the transportation costs money. So it is a process, but thankfully all of it has been studied and well documented. And so most animals, there is a protocol, and depending on which area you're in the country, and if the animal's coming from far away or if they're nearby, there's different things that can be done. A lot of it is to acclimatize with the vegetation, to get the right gut microbiome in, and just sort of settle before getting released out into the reserve. Mbogeni, I reckon the buffalo is probably the strongest bovine species in the world. I'm trying to think whether a bison is a bovine. Morgan, do you know if a bison's a bovine? I have to check. Yes, it is a bovine. I'm not sure. I mean, bisons are pretty big. I've never seen one in my life, but they're massive. And they're also called buffalo to a degree. I don't think they are actually buffalo, but many people do call them buffalo. So I think a bison is probably bigger than a buffalo. Yes, Amy, I have seen the ostrich family very briefly, and I think we counted 7. Okay, well, we're going to carry on and we're going to chat about Metso's question about can buffaloes be domesticated. Metso? No, they cannot be. Domestication, Metso, takes thousands of years, I believe, or I don't know exactly how long, but there's a genetic to, there's a behavioral thing that's passed down. If we look at all the animals that are domesticated today, horses, dogs, cats, sheep, goats, all of them, many of them have been domesticated since 12,000 years, 10,000 years, 8,000 years. It's a very long time. So there's been no domestication with buffalo, and if they had to start, it would take quite some time. And what does domestication mean? What does it mean to domesticate something? To remove the wild from it. So if you take an animal and it's very wild, or you get a group of them, you've then got to remove the ones that are too wild and keep the ones that are very docile, and then breed the docile ones and let the wild ones, aggressive ones go. It takes time, but the Cape buffalo, although they do breed Cape buffalo, disease-free buffalo, they are still very dangerous, and there's been a number of incidences of people who breed them and they seem very relaxed and very tame, and then that buffalo just gives you one of those. So I would say no. I'd say no to that. How are we doing? Time. Wow, that was a lot of words, Morgs. I need to drink some water. Okay, well, we're going to send you into another virtual safari with Mashudu in Sibuya.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back here at Sibuya Game Reserve. So we're out here today to go and explore the amazing Sibuya Game Reserve and see what the wildlife has for us today. Came across a nice beautiful sighting of the buffaloes on the other side, as you can see up on that hill, and with that signature tree that we have. So that is our famous big fig tree, and that spot is also one of the beautiful spots that we get to enjoy sunsets. So right on the other side, got a nice beautiful giraffe just standing there in the middle of the open grass plains. Quite unusual to find a giraffe out in the open like this. Normally you find them either close to the thickets where there's quite a lot of trees, but at the time when you find them out in the open, they normally try and rest out in the open, so they would do that to can at least be able to see what's around them. Alright, everybody, so we're gonna go and check up on the camera trap that we've put out in the bush. So we're gonna go and have a look and see what we managed to get. So today is the day of the retrieval of the camera trap, and we're gonna see what wonders it has for us. Alright, everybody, we got ourselves some yellow mongoose. So there's 2 of them right over there. You can see they're busy foraging side by side. You can see how cautious they are when they move. So they will move a little bit and then try and find something they can eat, and then look around just to make sure that there's no danger lurking around. Finally got to see them out, and they're nice and relaxed. You can see those slender bodies. So they'll go for small insects, they'll go for frogs, bird eggs, chicks, snakes. Right over there, that's the little tiny bird called the red-fronted tinkerbird. And you can hear it going doop, 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 doop. So it's been recorded that on a single call it can go roughly around 335 single notes of the doop, 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 doop. So once you hear it, you just keep hearing it. Oh, lovely. It's beautiful to see one. The red-fronted tinkerbird. Alright everybody, well, we managed to have a good sighting of the elephants. Right now they just moved a little bit into the bush over that hill right on the other side. So I thought they were going to pop up from the other side, but they changed their movement of direction. So sometimes when it comes to elephants, there's no telling exactly where they're going. And now it seems like they changed movement and they're going to be in the center of that thicket. But yeah, where I'm parked right now, I do have a nice beautiful view of them from a distance. It's been lovely to see them. Alright everybody, it's been a successful day today being out here exploring here at Sibuya Game Reserve, and we managed to get a nice lovely sighting with the elephants, and right now they're just right on the other side and the sun is setting, so I'm gonna be saying goodbye. Stay tuned and join us next time.
Welcome back. He just got hit by a sand cloud.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure.
If you love watching Wild Earth, here's a little tip. Become a member. You can gain access to the channel ad-free, you can rewind and re-watch sightings, and you can join our Tuesday live safaris. There's also behind the scenes videos, fireside chats, and every SafariLIVE episode, whenever you want it. It's just a better way to stay connected to nature.
There's a number of different strategies to count animals. There's a number of statistical analyses that can be done. So one strategy is to do a total count where you walk through a reserve and you count every single animal. I did that during my conservation studies. We walked through small reserve, everybody in a line, and every animal that comes through on your left hand side you mark down, and that's called that's a walking total count. You can also do drive counts where you drive along the road in a specific, you try and do it all very quickly, not speeding I mean, and you count every animal you see from the vehicle, and then there's statistical analyses that can tell you once you've counted them you can extrapolate, but those are both very very low cost, or should I say low technology, or what they do these days is they do flying. So aerial census, where they fly over a reserve and they have spotters, reliable people who are counting, and they try to count every single animal. And because of the fact that these have been done for a long time, there are statistical analyses that can be applied to animals that are undercounted and overcounted. So some animals you don't see very easily, so you always know that there's more of them, and some animals you maybe see more of. And big herds of buffalo, they take photos, and then you can count all of them. And then there's statistics that go behind it. But that is a couple of the methods. Thanks, Shiv. Single-handed, we're out. The Morgan and Steve show. Stand by for the opening of tomorrow morning's drive, if it is still raining up in the Lowveld, which I am sure it will be. So Sarah, at the UK, we don't have any issue at our house with monkeys, but many lodges around the country have issues with monkeys. But is it the monkey that's the issue, or is it the people who live in the camps and the lodges that are the issue? Waste management. No, monkeys, baboons are clever animals, and they are going to look for something. Right now, they're walking through this dry area looking for food. I mean, what can you find on the ground there? They're plucking grass, they're picking up insects, they're scratching, looking for something to eat. And then you give them a bowl of bananas at a lodge. I mean, where are you going to go looking for food next? What? I got it. Where's the wood? There's wood over there. Morgan says I have to touch wood, otherwise they're going to come cause trouble at our house.
Our house is close by.
Our house is just down the road there.
They're hearing you.
They're hearing us. Come, monkeys. No, no, no. Well, there goes the blow-up. Blow-up, the Afrikaans name for the vervet monkey. And they are moving off a little bit too far. A small little group. Okay, let's carry on. Down the road here, maybe we'll find one more last animal with some horns. Or something we can chat about. I've only got one button to push, everybody, and I forget sometimes. Only one. I mean, there's a couple here, but once it's all set up, I've only got one button to push. So... So thank you everybody for all of your questions this afternoon. It helps us to make it a little bit more engaging. It can be challenging driving around in one zone. Always nice to have some content. And barring content, questions go a long way. So thank you for that. Need to keep my eye on the phone here to make sure I don't miss this countdown. Thanks, Metso. Thanks everybody else for your comments. It's much appreciated. We're going for pizza tonight. We've been invited to go for some sourdough pizza, so we're super stoked. Appetite is building, and we do thank all of you for joining us this afternoon on this wonderful afternoon safari. We were ending it off with the Morgan and Steve show. It's been wonderful having you all on board. The Masai Mara wowed us again, as always, with their wonderful content up there, and it is still raining in the Lowveld. But we'll be live same time tomorrow with all of the glory here in Namakala, and hopefully from all of our other locations, but we'll have to see how that goes tomorrow. But thank you for joining us. Thank you for your questions and comments. We do wish all of you a splendid and fabulous Saturday further. And yeah, from us here, we'll see you tomorrow. Good night and goodbye.
Hello and welcome to Safari Catch-Up. This is a daily wrap of the best wildlife sightings from the last 24 hours.
Okay, the youngsters are here. Okay, are you ready? There we go. Hello. Just gonna take my foot off the brake. Sorry about that. Hello, guys. Hi. Now, I don't understand why the adults are skittish